Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you. It is May 29th. It is a day before the Memorial Day holiday, and I hope everyone is having a very, very good weekend. This extended weekend, this holiday is a great time for Americans everywhere to remember our nation, to come together as a nation, and to celebrate everyone. And I can see we already have comments coming in. Hot Chicks has said, good morning. Joe Murray says hello. Hello, Joe Murray. I haven't seen you for a while. And I welcome you all. And we're happy to be here because every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, yes, even during holidays, we are here with you, speaking to everyone across the world to talk about the issues that matter to you, because we believe in your First Amendment right, even if your government doesn't believe it, even if the internet overlords don't believe it. We believe that you matter, that your voice is important, and we want to hear it on this program. You can reach out to us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You can call into the program at 607-242-1582. Our phone lines are on, and you'll see the numbers scrolling above at the top. So we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you have to say. And we're going to talk about a lot of topics, and we're going to respond to your questions as we do every week from anywhere in the world. There's a lot to talk about. But one of the biggest things that we want to talk about this weekend is all of the issues that are happening in America that are affecting countries around the world. I want to talk about how we need to remember what all the sacrifices have been for. I want to remember what we are going through today is nothing compared to what we have been through as a nation in our history, and that we have to be cognizant that the rest of the world is looking to America for the leadership that they have come to depend on, because we are the symbol of freedom. We are the symbol of hope. We are the symbol of success. And I know there are some people out there who want to say, well, America's a horrible country. It's an evil country. It's a terrible country. Let me remind those people who would like to denounce America, there is no country in the world that is perfect, America included. At the same time, there is no country in the world that has lifted up as many people from poverty, that have taken so many people out of slavery, that have given all the diverse peoples of the world, the different cultures, the different religions. We're the only nation in the world that has unified everyone under a simple banner, the United States Constitution and the amendments. Yes, we haven't always been perfect in executing that, but we have been the best at executing that, at making sure that you have freedom. And that is under attack today in so many, many ways. And I have to say that that isn't why so many millions of people died. They died to make sure that we would have the freedoms that are detailed in the Constitution, freedoms that we know are given by birth and cannot be taken away from us by any government unless we allow them to do so. And sadly, we are allowing them to do that. Now, I want to talk about what happened in Texas. I want to talk about the gun control, the red flag laws that they are planning to institute, and how that's going to affect everyone in America, and it's going to affect people around the world. I want to address what's going on with the food shortages. I want to address what's going on with the diversity push, which sounds like a great idea, diversity. But the thing is, America is already diverse. We have already achieved the goal. We are, in fact, taking steps backwards and insulting those who came before us and made the ultimate sacrifices for the American people, and as a result, also for the rest of the world. Because the rest of the world looks to America to see what is freedom. How far can people go in that freedom? How far can governments be restricted from denying their people rights that they have by birth? We are the goalpost that the rest of the world tries to measure itself against. And the more that we slide and fall away from our Constitution, from our amendments, well, so falls the rest of the world. And we have seen what that leads to. We have seen in the last year and a half how far the world has become destabilized and fallen away from freedom in some of the most free nations of the world. And if the best countries in the world, the first world nations, the second world nations, if they cannot maintain, they can't stay in the shadow of America's freedom, what do you think's happening in the third world nations? What do you think's happening in the autocratic dictatorships of the world, the socialist nations of the world? How far have they fallen? But I want to start off, we're going to talk about all of this, and I want to hear your comments, whether you agree or disagree, because maybe I got it wrong. Maybe the evidence I am going to show you, maybe the things I'm going to speak about, you're going to disagree, and I want to hear your voice. Don't tell me that you think I'm ugly. Tell me that you think I'm old. I don't care. All I want to hear is why. Give me the reasons why you think I'm wrong if you think I am. And this is from anywhere in the world. So let's actually get into this, because I want to discuss this with everybody. Here's one of the things that really troubles me, because we have been hearing about, and we've heard President Obama recently just came out with some news. He was talking about George Floyd. See, next week's going to be the anniversary of George Floyd. Now, for many people who watch this program, we do not idolize George Floyd. We do not celebrate George Floyd. We do not believe that George Floyd is a martyr, because George Floyd was a drug-dealing, violent, repeat offender. He was a drug addict and a criminal who attacked women and was a plague on his community. That is the facts. Yes, he died badly. Now, there is no dispute that eventually, in living the life he lived, victimizing innocent individuals, George Floyd was always going to have a bad death. But that death did spark a lot of riots and violence and death around this nation. And that's something that Barack Obama wanted to focus on. He wanted to idolize this criminal, much like Nancy Pelosi had done before him. In fact, these are the words of Barack Obama. And he says, on May 25th, 4 days ago, as we grieve the children Uvalde today, we should take time to recognize that 2 years have passed since the murder of George Floyd under the knee of a police officer. His killing stays with us all to this day, especially those who loved him. Well, Barack Obama, what does George Floyd have to do with a 18-year-old psychopath, a demonic criminal who is crazed and attacked children? Please show me the through line, Barack Obama. Please connect George Floyd, a drug dealer, a drug addict, a repeat offender, violent criminal who targeted women and children and his community, and draw me the line between that man and a crazed, demonic Hispanic in Texas who killed children. Please explain that to me. What do those two things have to do with each other? And why should we be praising George Floyd as a martyr at the same time we are grieving for children? Please, Mr. Former President Barack Obama, Mr. BLM advocate, draw the line to connect those two dots. Because when we stop having ourselves controlled by the news media in our emotions, when we are not being manipulated by politicians like Barack Obama, when we're not being manipulated by political organizations, and we stop and think about what they have been feeding us, what they have been telling us, how they have been fear-mongering us, I have to ask the question, what do those two things have to do with each other? And if anyone can draw me a line between the 2 points that Barack Obama is now putting in front of us, I would be happy to hear it. Please explain to me how those two things are connected. What's the through line? What is the statement that he is trying to make here? Besides trying to get sympathy and to elevate people's emotions and to have them act on an emotional level without thinking about what's being said and how they are being manipulated. I think it's actually an evil statement by Barack Obama. It's an empty statement. It makes no sense. And it is meant to drive you to run headlong with intense emotion to support a political agenda that actually has nothing to do with the emotions that you may be feeling. I think it's that simple. Maybe I'm wrong. And if I am, again, I'm opening myself to the world. Tell me how I am wrong. Around the world, there were riots and fires and people who were murdered in the name of George Floyd, a violent criminal, a drug dealer, a man who put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly to threaten her because he wanted money. These are the facts. This is the reality. This is who George Floyd was. And I want you to tell me how that man should be a martyr and how he is connected to issues that deal with gun control in our nation. Please explain that to me, because I don't think anyone can. And I don't think the left can do it, which is why they have run away from that. But I think it's endemic of the problem that we have today, that our news media and certain groups of politicians have been trying to steer us by our noses, pulling the wool over our eyes and saying, feel this, now go vote for us, support us, re-elect us. Don't think. Don't think about what has actually been said, what it actually means. Don't think about the sacrifices so many people have made to make sure that America is not a racist nation. Because we aren't a racist nation. We weren't founded as a racist nation, and we have long since, in the 1960s, we've been addressing this. We have corrected this. In the 1980s, the 1990s, the issues that we speak about today were corrected then. We have gone 30, 40 years now with things that Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, pick your black activists of the 1960s, pick any of the issues they were fighting over, that they were marching for, and tell me today that we've exceeded everything they have ever asked for. Everything they wanted, we have done, and we have done well. And now we are taking a step backwards. Dow mentions, and it's good to see you, Dow. I'm happy that you're here with me. Dow says, we need heroes, like the story of the off-duty border control officer. Yes, and we need heroes like the former police officer in Buffalo at the Tops working as a security officer. We need stories of these individuals who have gone out of their way. We need heroes. We don't even get that anymore. Look at the news media. Ben Kenobi, the Obi-Wan storyline that just came out with Disney. I don't talk about entertainment a whole lot here, but let's look at what's in our entertainment. Ben Kenobi, he's not a hero anymore. Luke Skywalker, he's not a hero anymore. Picard from Star Trek The New Generation, he's not a hero anymore. We don't have heroes that are celebrated anymore. We have tragic figures who have fallen from the pinnacles of success and equality and diversity, and they have fallen and been thrown into trash cans telling us that they are horrible individuals and we should never have followed them. If you believe in critical race theory, We have heard from professors in schools, in colleges for 30 years now who have been telling us, Dr. Martin Luther King, that he was wrong. That his vision of little black boys and little white girls and all the kids of all the different colors living together in peace and harmony, which we achieved in the 1980s, the 1990s. We achieved it. We achieved it so well that Barack Obama, the very man who's trying to promote George Floyd, he was elected president twice. Something that I'm 54. If you asked us in the 1970s, early 1980s, the 1990s, I can tell you that everyone in my generation and those in generations older than mine said we would never have a black man as president in my lifetime. And we were all proven wrong. That's how far we made it. That's how far we have moved forward. And now we're trying to go backwards. We have to remember the sacrifices. The Mississippi, the protesters in Mississippi that disappeared. So many individuals that had dogs, Southern Democrats had dogs, police dogs going after people, turning fire hoses on them, many people dying and disappearing, Dr. Martin Luther King being assassinated, Malcolm X being assassinated. And that's not counting the wars. So many wars that people have stood up for their freedoms, and we're going to get through all of that. I want you to have that framework in your mind. Dr. Martin Luther King lived at a time where people could not interracially date, let alone interracially marry. We had people, you couldn't get jobs, literally could not get the job because of the color of your skin. And where are we today? We are today telling people that they don't deserve a job because of the color of their skin. We are today telling certain people in our nation that they shouldn't have the property, the things that they have, and it should be given to other people based on the color of their skin. How is that different than what they fought against that in the 80s, the 90s, even the beginning of the 2000s, we had achieved? Michael Bowie mentions Obama just upset because the Uvalde shooting upstaged his George Floyd anniversary celebration. Probably. And Democrats, I'm sure by next week, we're no longer going to hear about the Texas shooting. Democrats are going to move on to the next thing because your emotions will be used up. The anger you have about the shooting, that we all have about that shooting, will be used up. And we're learning details about the shooter that don't match the message we have been told. Remember, the message earlier this year, it's white supremacy. The message earlier this year, ghost guns. We were told that it's the language on the internet. This is what we were told. And these are the things we're supposed to be afraid of, except that as we learn more and more details about this individual in Texas, this crazed young individual, you know what? None of those stories match. They didn't match the New York subway shooter, a black supremacist. Didn't match him. It doesn't match this guy in Texas. The story isn't fitting their narrative, their emotion. So they are already in the process of throwing that story away and moving to the next one, just like they did with the New York subway shooter. They're going to move on. They're going to go to another story, just like with the Buffalo shooter. He didn't even fit the narrative that they want. He was a left-leaning anarchist, a socialist. And he said so. He told us about his left-leaning ideology. And that's why the story started dying. We don't hear about Buffalo. They've moved on. Because they had to find another story. They had to get something else for you to be upset about, something else for you to be angry about, and never think about the consequences. Never think about what we have done right in this nation and how we have done it better than any other nation in the world. And if you disagree with me, the phone number, it's scrolling across, 607 242-1582. We've charged up the phone. It's ready for you. Or you can send in a message like Hot Chicks, like Joe Murray, like Dal, like Michael Bowie. I want to hear your voices from anywhere in the world because we have been exporting these ideas to the rest of the world and it doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense. The moment you stop being emotional is the moment that you understand that these things are being used against you. And I'm going to show you what I mean. And I'm going to remind you why America is a great nation. And that's why we have this holiday. Because it's not a holiday, just a day off of work so you can go out to a great sale over at Best Buy or Target or Walmart. It's not about sales. It's not about movies, going out to the latest movie or being able to get a discount on whatever. It's about celebrating the fact that we are Americans and we celebrate freedom. We have lived and died for freedom for not just America, but for the entire world. And we need to remember that because they didn't do it just for black people. They didn't do it just for Hispanics or Asians. They didn't die because of women or children. They died for America and Americans and the ability for America to be the symbol of freedom around the world and to help give people a goalpost that they can aim for, that they can target to get more free and to have better quality lives. That's why they died. That's why we remember them. And Hot Chicks, I'm not calling you a little white girl. You may be. I'm not sure how tall you are. You could be. Or you could be a much bigger young white woman. I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. Richard Welton says, you are absolutely, he thinks I'm awesome. Thank you, Richard. But again, this is a conversation with you and everyone around the world. And I am open to hearing people who say, Mike, you just don't get it. Okay, then tell me why. Explain to me what I have said so far is wrong. And let's go into some of the details. So I've already pointed out Obama and said, draw me the line on what Obama has said. Please explain to me how those two things connect. Because I don't hear people in the media really demanding and saying, please explain yourself. Please connect these dots because they don't connect. They're not connected at all. But I also want you to see something else. Well, we got our first call, so I'm going to take that first. And our first call today is coming from, this is your host, Michael Voss, on No Soundbites Allowed. May I ask, what's your first name?
It's Dal. How you doing, Mike?
Dal, how are you? I hope you and the family are having a good weekend.
Oh, I'm down doing yard work. I had a question for you.
Absolutely.
The other night, I was going through Twitter. I see there's a lot of ex-military folks talking about the gun restrictions on military bases.
Yep.
And they're saying that they're equating civilian restriction is not nearly as strict as military restriction. And I get that. I understand that the two are different. And in fact, two are so different, I believe you would be comparing restrictions that you have on base, the restrictions that you have with the civilians, as comparing apples to oranges.
Right.
They're I think they're for different reasons. What's that? Okay. I think they're for different reasons. I wanted to know your thoughts on that. When we had those shootings on the base a while ago, it struck me as weird that we have soldiers who's, yes, I am. We have soldiers who are on base that trained in the proficiency of their weaponry. They've gone through all of their safety and everything. But part of their uniform code is not to carry a sidearm while on base. And I'm talking about strictly the soldiers, not civilian contractors.
Right.
Those. I'm talking about actual servicemen.
Yep.
I was wondering what you thought about that, especially since it was part of the Department of Defense policy as of like 1993. But it seems to me that more more you train your populace, including and the standards, I would say maybe not as stringent as the military would train for proficiency in state, just for a competency level to be able to defend oneself in times of duress and stress, and have to recertify. I mean, wouldn't have the government involved in it as far as the recertification or oversight of the program. Would say that it would probably be best to leave that to private certification boards, so say ex-military or law enforcement, oversee something like that for training and otherwise. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts about that argument, where they're like, well, you know what, if you want to have deregulation, so to speak, of your firearms, then you should be training at least as hard, if not harder, than the military for you to exercise that right without any kind of limitation.
Right. So there's a couple of elements to that. One of the reasons why they instituted the new policies, they're relatively new policies about who can carry arms on a military base and where and exactly how, that's relatively new. And I was in the Marine Corps back in the 1986. Yeah.
That's all right. I'm working in the yard, so my wife.
Oh, yes. Wondering who you're talking to. I got you. So I want people to understand that the reason why they made that change wasn't because of the military. It was because of civilians. Because civilians were afraid of the military having weapons and having those weapons out in the public. Now, mind you, you couldn't go waving a gun around, obviously. And there were some restrictions on that, depending on which base you were on. But it was mostly because they know that there are civilians on any military base in the United States and pretty much around the world. And they were uncomfortable and their families were uncomfortable. And so that's why they instituted it. So that's one problem. They're trying to say that there's some kind of difference, though. You hear from the Second Amendment, the people who want to restrict the Second Amendment, who want to remove it, who want to leave American citizens defenseless. They like to say that, well, you don't have that training. How do you know? First of all, they don't know who's military and who's not military, or who's served and who hasn't served, who's trained, who's kept up with training. They have no idea. They're making an assumption that people who haven't gotten training or that they haven't been in the military, they have no idea. And they don't want to make, and you notice they never carve out the exception of, well, since you were in the military and you were trained with these things, so you should be able, because their argument is, well, you don't know how to handle this properly. Well, what about the people who do? You notice they never address that question. And when we have, and our veterans are such a pool of great individuals, greater discipline, more law-abiding, and they're a wonderful pool of people to have in our schools protecting our kids. And that's something that the Parkland Commission, which was created after the shooting in Parkland, Florida, the Marjorie Stone Douglas shooting, that David Hogg likes to go around and quote forever because it's the only thing he's known for. But he never mentions the report that was done by the state of Florida, by Parkland, where they determined that we should have SROs, armed officers in our schools to protect the kids. And multiple of these armed guards, these armed police officers in our schools, depending on the size of the school. So it's at least one, if actually two or more, depending on the size of the school. And they point out that some of the best people to have doing that are, in fact, not just retired police, but also retired military, because of the training, because of their familiarity, because they can handle the stress, as well as any teachers that wish to be able to be armed that have gone through training as well. So we're looking at multiple levels on this, and I always ask the same thing. What's the objection to this? Because they never address, well, there are people who are well trained. There are people who are ex-military, who have gone through these experiences, and they are law-abiding, and we know that. They're part of the 99.994% of Americans that do not cause any problems and have some of the 350 million guns in America. They're part of the 165 million Americans who are Democrats, libertarians, Republicans, conservatives, progressives. They all own guns. So none of this makes sense to me. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to ask these questions. I mean,
that's what bothers me, is the fact that, you can put out there that, say from my experience, I was raised by ex-service members, so the firearm safety in my family has been part of my life since I was 6 years old.
mm-hmm.
Like, I had to be familiar with it. I had to make sure I knew the difference between what was real, what was fake, what was a toy, what was not. I didn't even get at my first toy gun, and that was a wooden rubber band gun. When I was 11, I was being trained on actual firearms from the time that I was 6. The purpose was to teach me firearm safety. This is not a toy. This is a responsibility that you have to keep, and it's part of your duty as an American and a citizen to be safe. Know the difference. And if you get that you grow up in that kind of culture, you don't feel afraid of it, right? You understand it. And one of the things that couples with that is training in situational awareness, assessment. These are things that my extended family and my family just wanted to teach their kids because they knew it was important.
Right.
Because there may come a time when you have to defend yourself, and if you grow up with that kind of training, you're better equipped to deal with the mental stress, and you don't panic. I think that was the thing that gets a lot of these people in this situation, is that panic, because they've never had to train like that.
Mm-hmm.
They've never had that kind of grounding. I think one of the things that would solve the issue of violent crime in these areas is everybody trained. Like you started when you were young, and you, even in school, like, have a program where you start out with firearm safety, find out the different parts with the firearm, what causes it to work, become familiar with it. You move on to critical thinking, and you talk about tactical assessment, talk about situational awareness. Much more than just stranger danger. It's learning threat assessment.
Well, let me interject a moment for a moment, Dal. You're talking about what they were teaching in the 1950s. From the right up until the 1950s, schools routinely, and it was right up until just about the 1960s, schools routinely taught children how to fire a firearm, how to be safe, and trained how to use firearms. There were classes for that. It was something that was part of our nation. Just like we had home ec to teach kids how to balance a checkbook, how to write checks, how to send out letters for mail and business letters. We trained our kids to be able to be functional adults dealing with a myriad of issues. And over the last 60 years, we have been untraining generation after generation from being able to be functional or to deal with different situations on a regular basis. Or am I wrong?
No, I agree with that, because having gone through the public school system and actually watched the transition phase out of things like shop classes and home ec, you basically see a bunch of children who are left infantile because they have no idea the realities of being an adult, what the responsibilities are, how to have self-discipline, and that's key. Like, you can't just fly off the handle and you're throw a tantrum. You're an adult. At least you used to not be able to do that because there were consequences. And now it doesn't seem like there's any kind of accountability or consequences. There's a lack of self-discipline amongst the population. It gets worse. It gets worse with every subsequent generation that gets sort of non-nuclear, family-based, self-centered sort of instant gratification. There is hope. I mean, I've seen lots of kids that went through that kind of lack of training, but they're looking at what's going on around them. They're realizing that what they're telling us doesn't make any sense if it doesn't look like it's working.
It isn't working.
So there are young kids that are seeing this, and they're seeing how their parents behave, and they're like, don't understand you at all. It's sort of like a reverse, but the kids are smarter than the adults in a sense, because they see this stuff not working, and they're like, well, why would you do that?
Well,
sort of like the same thing with keeping your military personnel unarmed on base. Why is the sidearm not part of your uniform? I understand why you would want to lock up your long arm in the armory and not put out except for certain missions or sentry duty or whatever. If you're military personnel, you should be carrying service-issued sidearm as part of your uniform. Because what happens if military police or sentries are not close by and something happens?
Well, that's one of the
You're
problems.
supposed to be a responder.
And we've seen what's happened in several cases, the Fort Hood shooting in particular, where a religious fanatic who didn't have a great love of America, didn't understand what freedom is, freedom of religion in particular in that case, and he decided that he wanted to kill people. And the reason why he was able to do it so much to affect so many people is because people weren't armed. And quite honestly, when you're talking about a military situation where if someone slips in through the cracks, one of the things that's a deterrent, as we heard from the Buffalo shooter, and we've heard from actually multiple mass shooters over decades, is that they're terrified of people, regular civilians with concealed carry, that other people may be armed, and that is a deterrent for them, which is why 90% of the time, I think it's 94% to be exact, of these kinds of crazed, demonic individuals target gun-free zones. There's less people who can stop them. That's San Bernardino. That's the Orlando shooting at the nightclub. It's Buffalo and the Tops. We see this on a regular basis.
And I think that's because the evidence definitely shows that if you train a populace, arm a populace defense, instead of encouraging violence, you see the inverse. And it's been proven time and again. That old saw about an armed society is a polite society, it's a real deterrent. You think you can gamble your rights and freedoms a bid to benefit yourself by infringing on somebody else, then you know that everybody else in that particular area would stop you. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to do it because you don't want to die. Your sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And it's kind of troubling to me. And as we're going through the show, I'm going to be pointing back and forth, not just at this shooting, which there's so many aspects of which we need to address, but also to look backwards in time and say, well, what freedom have we given up? Because right now, and I'm going to get into this more a little bit later in the show, there's the red flag laws. I don't think most people are aware of the devastating nature of what's being proposed in Congress right now because of emotion. On Wednesday, there are going to be votes, and those votes are going to determine whether or not the government, the federal government, can walk into your house at any given day, at any moment, and say, you're guilty of a non-crime. You're guilty of fraud. And so we're going to punish you to the fullest extent in the power of the federal government. That's what they are deciding. That is what the red flags are. And I will go over that a little bit later in the show to show you the evidence that I have collected from multiple states over multiple years that proves this and why we need to remember where America came from. I think you'll find that part very interesting.
I think I will too. I'm going to leave you with a final thought.
Sure.
I think the solution to all this has been proven that it's not more gun because everything that they put into place, the blue place, all over the field, have multiple instances of red flag laws not being triggered, even though there's definitely an incident fire. At their discretion, they dismiss it. That failed. You have background checks that fail because people that have not committed crimes, that do not have a record, are bad people, and they end up getting what they want, and then doing what they want. They're going to commit these crimes after they get what they have been planning. Maybe they just die.
Often.
The other thing is that you have the last thing is that with an armed and trained and defended populace, you actually follow Second Amendment, because well-regulated in the parlance of the 1700s means well-maintained. Ably armed means well-supplied, and it means that they are well-trained, that they are able to come to the defense of the nation, people, and their communities at any given time. That is the heart of the Second Amendment. It does not give you the right to carry arms because you have that right. What it does do is it says that the government cannot infringe upon your right to carry arms because it requires that its citizens be a well-maintained militia. All of it. I think if that were the case, then we actually promoted that you would see a vast difference between the amount of violent crime that we're getting now and what would follow after such a promotion. I'll leave it there.
No,
and
good point.
Keep listening.
Definitely. I thank you for that, and I thank you for calling in today, Dal. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right. And folks, you too can call into the program. It's 607-242-1582. And you can add your voice, whether you agree or disagree or you have a question. I'm more than happy to answer questions on any topic, because this is about a conversation with you, what you think are the important issues. I have my views, and I'm going to point out some things that I think are important, but I'm always here to hear what you have to say and to answer to the best of my ability the things that you have on your mind. And I've been doing this for well over 15 years now. And trust me, well, you don't have to trust me, ask me. I'm pretty on top of a lot of the things that you may have questions about that the major media do not want to discuss and do not want you thinking about. And I do want to mention that, as Richard had mentioned in the comments as I was speaking with Dal, one of the problems is that we've redefined the meanings of so many things in our society. We've redefined what racism is. We've redefined what a rifle is. We have redefined what mass shooting is. We've redefined vaccine. We have redefined these words not because their root meaning or their purpose have changed, but because a political agenda is better served by having a new meaning. We have the news media since 1982. In 1982, a Democrat, a state Democrat, decided to make the term assault rifle. He created that word. He created that term in 1982. And the news media has been trying to filter this into our thinking since that time, trying to make us think that this is an assault weapon, when they fully and clearly understand that the definition of what an assault weapon is a machine gun. And then the news media fails to tell the public that not only are machine guns legal, that 730,000 Americans own machine guns right now in every single state and in the territories. In fact, in New York State, over 16,000 people own machine guns right now. There are over 34,000 people in New Jersey that own machine guns right now. In almost every single state, there are tens of thousands of Americans who own machine guns right now. And there have only been 4 instances since 1934 where machine guns have actually been used. We're talking about 90 years. No one's using machine guns. Why do you think that is? Because machine guns, assault weapons, aren't the problem. But they want to tell you that because they want to have your emotions. They want you to feel a certain way. They want you to be afraid, because when you're afraid and you say, do something, please, we must stop saying this to politicians. Do something. We say, do something. And they go and they say, okay, so we'll take away some of your rights. We're not going to fix the problem. We're not going to address the core problem, the core issue, which I have said many times on this program for years. The core problem is what makes a crazed, demonic criminal decide that the only answer is to kill innocent individuals. That's the core problem. And if we cannot address that problem, we cannot solve mass shootings. We can't. It's not possible. We can't handle mass killings because these criminals, these deranged, demonic individuals use cars, they use knives, they use bombs. We have seen the stories over the decades. You may forget about them. I don't. I remember the Islamabad, New York. Islamburg, New York, where we had kids who were trying to create bombs so they could go and attack a group of people because of the religion that they had. I remember San Bernardino, and I remember Dallas, Texas with BLM. I remember all of these different stories that you probably have forgotten because the news media doesn't want to remind you because they don't match the story they're trying to make you feel. Because when they make you feel a certain way, you're going to go to that politician and say, do something. And they're going to say, okay, we're going to do the same thing we've done before. Because when we think about it without emotion, everything the Democrats have said for the last 40 years is exactly the same thing they always say. Oh, we're going to have gun control. We're going to take away more of your guns, more of your rights, more of your access, deny you the ability to exercise your rights. We're going to do more of that and you'll be safe. Every single time. We're going to take away this right from you because you'll be safe. And you aren't safe because that isn't the root problem. And these crazed demonic individuals continue to act out. And that's why we have the problem. And by the way, the problem is not increasing. I know the media loves to tell you that it's increasing, but it's not. And by the way, if it was increasing, they wouldn't wait for a tragedy to happen and then tell you, oh, by the way, the problem is getting worse. No, you'd tell us in between those tragedies that the problem was getting worse. And then we could work on laws in between these tragedies to try and find a solution. No, they're only telling you that it gets worse when a tragedy happens because they changed the definition, like they changed the definition of mass shooting so that it better matches the emotion that they want so that they can take away more of your rights. So don't ever ask your politician, literally on anything, never ask anyone you elect or who's running to be a candidate, never ask them, do something. If you want to say something to them like that, say, do something effective, do something efficient, do something that works. Don't just recycle the same old garbage that we've been hearing my lifetime for 50 years. No, give me something that's effective, efficient. Do something that is actually going to benefit people. Don't recycle this same idea of, well, we'll just take away more of your rights because it doesn't affect the criminals. And we have the evidence for 50 years. So that's one of the things. And I know there's a bunch of comments. I'm going to get to some of the comments because I know Russian Collusion has some great ones. Jan Rains, by the way, thank you, Jan, for being with us today. I know a bunch of you have some very good statements, and I want to get to that. But I also want to put this into context of what I'm talking about here. Because one of the answers we are being told is, well, it's because of diversity. See, America is not diverse enough. America is not a great country. That's why these things are happening. Again, the theory that they put out to us, where they started the year, it's ghost guns and white supremacy. The reality of, look at Chicago. And by the way, not just the regular every weekend, the shootings. By the way, this weekend, Chicago will have more shootings than happened in Texas. More people will be shot and or killed in Chicago and Baltimore and St. Louis and a few other spots across this country. More of them will be shot and killed this weekend than happened in Texas. But the news media is not going to emphasize that. They're not going to talk about it. Nor did they talk about the 2 young black men in Chicago that did a mass shooting. They don't want to talk about that either. So their narrative doesn't make sense because it doesn't work. But that narrative is giving a way for some of these deranged criminals to get away with some of the most heinous things that we can see. And I've talked about things like examples like in the New York subways. You want to understand why I say that women, every woman in America should be trained from high school throughout college on how to properly use a firearm, that it should be required that they take training courses in high school, in college, on how to properly use a firearm and to be proficient with it. Why do I say that? I'll show you why. This comes from Joel Fisher, and this was on May 25th, 4 days ago. And he says, just another day in New York City, safest subway system where innocent people are being harassed and assaulted. But the mayor wants you to ride the subway instead of driving. And the mayor is telling you that he's trying to get rid of the guns. He's worried about the guns. And I've already shown you on this program where he's worried, he's upset that a mother got robbed because these two men who robbed a woman and her daughter used a gun. He wasn't worried about the robbery. He was worried because they used a gun. Well, here's something else that he's not worried about that I think you should be.
Motherfucker widow! Punk ass nigga! Mother nigga! Get up! Shut the fuck up! No, you don't have it. What I do.
Okay, I'm just going to stop it there. This is so troubling to me on so many levels. Okay, and you're right, Tina. One of the problems is everyone's watching it. There's video of this. And not one person stood up and said, stop. Well, actually, I'm sorry. At about the 1 minute mark, there is a guy, that black man in the blue shirt, who said, he said something. That's why the guy goes, oh, shut up. And possibly because why he walks away. But you saw the women terrorized there. Where's the Me Too movement? Where's the now, NOW? Where's all these leftists that are saying, oh, well, we have to protect all women. This is where the government, the government's going to protect you. The government's going to be on that train. The government's going to take care of you. No, they're not. It can't be everywhere at all times. And we have trained people. We have devolved our training and our responsibilities to say, I'm not going to get involved. I won't say anything. I'll just take a video of it so you can see it because I don't want to be involved. Because that's enough just so I can show it. No, it's not. And our elected officials, they did something. They did something. They put up a sign. Don't do that. They did something. They said diversity. So we have to let criminals out of our prisons like a rotating door. That we have to put them back out onto the streets. That we're going to cut mental health funding. That's what they did. You came to them and you saw that video and you said, someone needs to do something. And the politician said, we are doing something. We're going to cut the funding to mental health. We're going to release the criminals back into our streets. We're going to tell you that you can't have a bulletproof vest and women will not be able to have access to a firearm to protect themselves. We're going to punish people who say, oh, that's bad, that you shouldn't do that. Because they're going to say, no, because the left has been trained to say, if you are questioning that black man attacking those women, well, it's because you're racist. Not that he's evil and that he's doing something that's insanely violent against women and is deplorable and is insulting. I don't care that he's black. I care what he's doing. I care about the crime that he's committing. And politicians and some of the people who have these strange ideas to me about freedom are telling me, no, you don't understand. He's a victim because he's black. And that means he has to be released from jail. He has to have a lowered sentence for the crimes that he commits. And you can't point him out because, well, that would be racist. And that you're doing a microaggression by pointing him out. Are you insane? Let me ask you, and I ask everyone this who's watching the program. Do you think that insane, crazed man that I just showed you in a New York City subway, do you think that he would have the same exact reaction if he knew that every man in that subway car would try and stop him physically, first verbally and then physically to defend those women? Do you think he would have the same reaction if he thought that what it was? Because in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 1950s, that's exactly what would happen. Do you think he would have had the same reaction terrorizing those women if he knew that it was a national law that every single woman in America had been trained on how to use a firearm and were given concealed carry permits at graduation? When you graduate high school, when you graduate college, you have a certification because you have been trained and you are proficient in being able to conceal carry. Do you think he would have that same reaction? Do you think the other women in that subway car would have had the same reaction if they were watching that happen? Do you think they would have defended themselves? And what's the message going around to the rest of the world? You want to tell me about diversity? You want to you're protecting black men because they're victims? Fantastic! And the rest of the world is watching this video saying, oh, is that what you get for reducing time and bail? Is this improving the message of black men? Is this making people say, well, he's a victim, so we have to be nice to him. We can't put him in jail for this crime. We have to excuse it. Do you think that's in your best interest? Do you think people died in Korea, Vietnam, the Civil War, the War of 1812, the American Revolution? Do you think they died so that this guy could attack women in that way? Because the Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressives of America, Democrats in New York State are telling you right now, yes, that's what they died for, so that he could do that. Do you agree? Let me find out. I'm going to go over some of the comments. Because I am righteously angry about that. And I don't think most people saw that. So let me go back a little bit to some of the other comments. And I did see your comment, Agent Black. By the way, Agent Black, you're a great friend of ours over in the United Kingdom. I'm thankful that you're watching the show. I know it's 7 hours ahead for you. So it's about 10 o'clock at night. Hopefully you can be with us on the show all day because even though you're overseas, you don't, well, actually, yeah, you don't have a Memorial Day. So it's work for you tomorrow. Okay, so going on. Going back a little bit, Russian Concussion said that he has a binge eating disorder. I'm sorry to hear that. And he's always struggled with food, but it's not blaming others, but he doesn't blame others for his decisions about his eating disorder. It's something that he has to fight with and that he has to work on. And that's self-responsibility. And that's a big component of freedom, that you are responsible for your actions. And if you are being responsible for your actions and your neighbor is being responsible for their actions, you know what? There's a lot less crime. If everyone is excused for everything that they do, and the answer is, well, it's the color of my skin. I have a suntan, so I can get away with this. I'm not held to the same standard as someone else because I have a better suntan than they do. Then you have no self-responsibility. And people fall into their, people with disorders, some of them take advantage of that. Criminals absolutely take advantage of that. That's a problem. So, Hot Chicks, I think you wanted to ask a question. Please do, or call in. I'm happy to hear your question. Russian Concussion goes on to say, The more that you can own and take ownership, the more you will grow, even if it isn't always apparent. Same thing said about what America truly is. Exactly. This is a massive component of freedom and our rights, and we have thrown it away. This is what people have died for: self-reliance, self-accountability, not excuses, not blaming it on something that happened in your past. No one's had a perfect past. Everyone grew up in some kind of situation. No one was angelic. No one is a saint. We've all had bad experiences as we were growing up. Some of us had more than others. But that doesn't excuse the bad decisions you make as an adult. It's not an excuse. Truly, it's not. Let me go on. Jan mentions, I believe the reason they're going after ARs and AK-47s, first and foremost, is because if it can get them banned, then everything else opens up. Truly, Jan, I think they're trying to ban anything and everything they can. They're trying to go with whatever seems to work easiest. And like I'll be talking about with the red flag laws, they're just going after everything. We've already heard Beto O'Rourke, the fake Hispanic who has appropriated the Hispanic culture by taking on the name Beto. His name is Robert O'Rourke. He's Irish. And he's appropriated I'm using the words of the left. And it's their example that he appropriated the Hispanic culture to call himself Beto. And he's already promised us that he's going to try and ban AR-15s, AK-47s. We heard from Kamala Harris, who said that if she were president, the first 100 days, she would put in executive orders bypassing Congress, bypassing the people, and forcing people to live by her rules on what she thinks you should be allowed to do. We've heard from Joe Biden this year, 2021, when he went on national TV, CNN, in the town hall, and said that he wants to ban 9mm handguns. They're going to try and get rid of everything because they don't believe in the Second Amendment. They don't believe in freedom. They don't believe in individual self-responsibility or accountability. They want to micromanage your life. And we have seen many, many laws that allows them to do that they are trying to pass or that they are proposing to pass, like whether it's Obamacare or it's the red flag laws. There's so many examples of this where they're trying to or the vaccine mandates. They're trying to micromanage your life. Let me go on. Russian Concession says, how about train 1 to 2 people in administration at every school to conceal carry a handgun? 94% of gun violence happens in gun-free zones. Ammo them up. And I agree with that. And that's actually, again, Russian concussion. You may not have heard, but this was something that was decided by the Parkland, Florida, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas review, the investigation and review on how to prevent future school shootings. That is exactly what they said. And that's why you weren't told by the major news media. They didn't cover the story. They didn't cover the evidence of that report so that states wouldn't copy it. They don't want that to happen. Sadly, there are some politicians that want this kind of violence so that they can get more votes. Because they really are just saying, they want to pass another law saying, I took away some of your rights. I did something. Re-elect me. And people do. Because they get to go to sleep at night going, well, they did something. Maybe this time, maybe we have over 22,000, something a lot of people don't know. We have over 22,000 gun restriction laws in the United States. That's federal, state, local. It's across the board. We have 22,000 firearm restrictions in America. That isn't stopping criminals. Having 22,001 laws will not stop the deranged, demonic criminals. It's not going to stop them. If 22,000 haven't stopped them, 22,001 isn't going to stop them. But you're going to be sold this as an idea by some politician who's going to come out and they're going to tell you, no, we need 22,001. That's the magic number. And then when something else happens after that, they'll go, no, we need 22,002. Because guess what? Earlier this year, we were told that it's ghost guns are the problem. Remember Joe Biden came out and said, it's ghost guns. It's the big threat. It's the problem, even though the FBI doesn't agree with that, even though all the data from the federal government does not agree with that. Individual states, no state has that. That's not a problem. But he told you that was the problem. We need to take away your rights so that we can put in a ghost gun ban because that's going to protect you. And after that, we had the New York subway shooting by the black supremacist. We had the Buffalo shooting by a white supremacist. We have what happened in Texas with a Hispanic shooter. None of that had to do with the ghost gun. They're lying to you. Let me go on. And you're right, Jan, who mentions that they never talk about any armed person who stops a mass shooting, which happens. It happened in West Virginia. It's happened in many places. What about the pregnant woman in Florida? She was 8 months pregnant in Florida, and she used an AR-15 to protect her husband and her daughter because her husband was being pistol whipped by two intruders who were armed. They came into her home. They attacked her husband. They were pistol whipping him. They were alleging that they were going to try and rape her daughter, a teenager. She, 8 months pregnant, walked into the bedroom and was able to get the AR-15 and shoot them. And that's what stopped the incident. They don't want to talk to you about stories like that. And there are many stories like this that happen across the country because it doesn't fit the message, and it highlights that the laws that they're telling you they need to will protect you do not work. Let me go on. And to refer back to the video and the tweet that we showed, a Russian makes a question, did he have a gun on him? No, he was just nuts. He didn't have a gun. He was just nuts. And he thought he could get away with it because he's black. Yes. Let me catch up with some of these other comments because there's more that I want to go over. But I want you to remember, our Constitution, our amendments, the people who died for these things did not die to say, well, they only apply to you. As we have understood today in 2022, we look at the Constitution, we look at the amendments, and we understand these laws don't apply just to white men. They don't apply to just white women. They don't apply to just straight people. They apply to Americans, period. Americans, which come in every variation, color, flavor, whatever you want to call it. It's all of us. We understand that. And yet we're denying people the ability to defend themselves. And these are the consequences. Yes, Mike, it is similar to a video that I showed last year towards, I think it was November, where we saw the black man punch a white woman just because he was yelling at white people in general in a crowded subway car and punched her in front of everyone and no one did a thing. Yes, I have a video about that. I do recall. Maybe he was, and Jan mentions, well, maybe he's mentally deficient. There's something wrong in his mind. I say he is mentally deficient to do that, to randomly just attack women. He is mentally deficient. It's not an excuse. He still needs to be punished. Those women still need to be defended. But if you listen to certain politicians, like the Democratic Socialists of America, like the Democrats in New York State, like the Democrats in California, they'll tell you, well, he's black. So we have to lower the sentences. If you listen to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, she wants to lower the sentence that man gets for the crime he committed because he has a permanent suntan. Because it's equity. Equity. Not equality. Equity. Because his rights, his ability to be free is more important than the crime that he's committing against others because of the color of skins. And I want to emphasize something that I'm sure most people didn't notice. Now, I can almost guarantee you folks, and I know I'm talking about gun control, I'm going to talk about some other things as well, but I want to point this out to you. There is a story. Did I pull this up? You may have seen this story. Here it is. The one you probably saw is from May 26th. States with most gun violence share one trait. This is it. This is from CNN because they want you to be afraid. They're justifying why you don't need to have a gun, why you don't need to defend yourself, why women don't need to defend themselves, why you don't need a bulletproof vest. The problem is, they're going to tell you in this story, this analysis by CNN, that the problem is that there aren't enough laws, that there needs to be more laws against law-abiding citizens. That's what's going to help you to protect you. You know what they left out of that statement? May 27th, 2022. States with weaker gun laws have homicides and suicides. The only way they get to say that a state with less laws on the books is more violent is if they say, oh, and we want to count suicides. Suicides are over 55% of all of the homicides with a firearm. That's just a standard. That is a national average every year. It's suicide. That has nothing to do with crazed individuals going into schools. That's not the same thing as a mass shooter or a guy like the Wakusha killer who drives into a crowd of people. And by the way, that's not a strange thing. There's also the woman in Las Vegas who ran over a crowd of people, including an 11-year-old child. There's also what happened in Manhattan when a man ran over 8 people, injured 11 others with a pickup truck in Manhattan. These things happen. They just don't get the news all the time, and they want you to forget about these stories. And then they manipulate the story to make you think, well, it's all about gun crime. They don't have enough gun laws. That's why people are dying, because of suicides. No, take out the suicides and tell me that that's still true. Because I know, I've looked at the data for decades. Take out the suicides. Take out the suicides, and you don't get the same answer. Not even close. And they know it, which is why they're adding it in to distract you, to make you think it's about something else. Because guess what? The New York SAFE Act isn't going to stop someone from killing themselves. The ghost gun ban isn't going to stop someone from killing themselves. The red flag laws, which are meant to stop people from committing suicide with firearms, do not stop people from killing themselves. By the way, when I say that red flag laws, which we are told, which are sometimes called Emergency Risk Protection Orders or ERPO, they're all the same thing. It's the same thing, just 3 different ways to say it. Because the government likes to say things different ways to see which one sells. Red flag laws their primary focus is on people who commit suicide. And they say, well, this is going to stop people from committing suicide with firearms. They have been around, red flag laws, since 1999. Connecticut created them right after the Sandy Hook shooting. And it is a fact. It is a fact that you can go to any of the 18 states that have red flag laws. It doesn't stop suicide. There have been studies by this University of Indiana and Duke University have done studies on this. They do not prevent suicides. Red flag laws fail at what they are meant to do, just like the New York SAFE Act, just like magazine bans, just like gun bans, just like ghost gun bans. They fail. You know what they're really good at? Taking away your rights and freedoms. And I'm going to prove that in a little bit. But this is what people have been dying for. And I'm going to get back to the comments in just a moment. And remember, folks, if you disagree with anything that I'm saying, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I misunderstand the evidence that I am showing you, or the conclusions I am drawing from the evidence, which is almost entirely left-leaning sources. I almost never use right-leaning sources because I want you to understand this isn't about partisanship. This is about facts. And if you disagree, you can call in to 607-242-1582. I beg you, call in, tell me why I'm wrong. Educate me. Please. Of course, if you agree, you can call in as well. But I want you to understand, it's not just about the Second Amendment. It's not just about gun control. We're seeing these problems in other parts of our lives. Do you remember that we were told in Georgia you have to put in all of the Democratic election laws? We have to have all these reforms to election law because election law is not diverse. Because election laws they somehow bias black people or minorities, that it denies them the ability. What was it that Joe Biden said on CNN, on national TV? Well, it's because black people don't know how to go online to find out where they can vote. That Hispanics don't know how to use the internet. That's what Joe Biden said on CNN. Fact check me, please. The censors on all the social media, fact check me. Tell me that I lied about that he did in fact say they didn't know how to use the internet. So Democrats said, we've got to pass these laws to make it fair because America is racist. America is so bloody racist that we saw Georgia had the laws that they had a record number of votes in Georgia. In fact, I want you to know exactly how many. According to NBC News, Channel 15, and I want you to see the article here, and all the links of everything I'm talking about will be in the description so that you can go and see it independently for yourself and read through the story. Their fact check team from NBC, taking a closer look at Georgia's primaries, they determined, and this was on, Friday, May 27th, that there was a record turnout of voters. This is what Democrats told us would never happen because America is racist, systemic racism. Black people can't vote. Hispanics can't vote. In Georgia, with the reforms that were put in place to guarantee that every American citizen had a right to vote and was counted, every vote would count, they had record turnout. There were 860,000 people voting in Georgia primaries. 168% higher turnout than in 2018. We had more people vote by almost 200%. But Democrats told you, you're black, you can't vote in Georgia. And they did. And they said, you're Hispanic, you can't vote in Georgia. But they did. They said, women don't go out and vote in Georgia. They did. They went out in droves to vote. They lied to you because they wanted to pass a law that would bias towards Democrats and detract from Republicans and conservatives and libertarians. They were demonizing everyone who had a different opinion than the one the media wanted you to get. They used your emotions and said, if you have melanin in your skin, if you're not a white, straight male, you are being denied your right to vote. 168% increase in voting from NBC News. And the Democrats went on in the same story to say, but Democrats are their mobilizing efforts are the reason for the high turnout. See, they're saying that, well, it's because of Black Lives Matters and the League of Women Voters. Guess what? Those guys have been around. Well, Black Voters Matters has been around for what, a decade? 2? They have had the opportunity. Guess what? They've always had that opportunity. No one's being denied the ability to vote. It's just that the people they're targeting, the people that Democrats are mobilizing, guess what? They didn't care. They were apathetic. That's why they weren't voting, because the quality of the candidates was too low. The issues that Democrats were pushing weren't good enough. And so the Democrats wanted to convince you that this was about race instead of the quality of candidates that they were putting out and the platform that those candidates were running on. That's the problem. Because if Democrats got people excited, they come out to vote, just like Republicans did. That's why 168% more of them came out to vote than in 2018. Does that tell you what the problem really is? Does that make it very clear? And by the way, CNN confirmed it as well. CNN on May 24th, Georgia early voting surged. There were more people voting, and they can tell you whether it's in-person voting, whether it's the early voting, they know it worked. And Democrats were saying, oh, no, you just don't understand. It's racism. Wait a minute, you mean because it's racist, that's why more black people went out and voted? That's why more Hispanics went out and voted? That's why more women went out and voted? More Democrats went out and voted? Is that why? Because of racism? That's why more of them showed up? When you told everyone in the nation they can't vote. It's not possible. Black people can't vote in America because I don't know why. I mean, they're Americans. They can vote. You know who can't vote in America? Non-citizens. Illegal aliens can't vote in America unless you happen to be in California or unless you happen to be in New York. Because in New York City, 800,000 non-citizens can vote. In California, in San Francisco, they opened up non-citizens. Illegal aliens can vote. And they use the same exact ballot as you and me. So when Democrats are telling you, oh, but people of color can't vote, they're not talking about, that's why they don't say Americans can't vote. They say people of color can't vote because they're not talking about American citizens. They're talking about non-citizens. And guess what? No one, the people who died at Valley Forge, the people who died in 1812 when D.C. was burned to the ground. The people who fought in Vietnam, in Korea, the people who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, they didn't die to let non-citizens vote. They died to let Americans vote. Americans who are gay, Americans who are straight, Americans who are white, black, Hispanic, Chinese, wherever they come from, that's who they died for. And guess what? It worked. You can vote. And they do vote. When the issues matter, when it's something they care about, when it's candidates they believe in, they vote. Democrats are just upset because none of that is what they're offering. They're not giving people candidates that say, yes, you should be involved in your local school board election. They're not offering candidates that say, hey, inflation is going through the roof. We need more energy. Hey, they don't have candidates who are saying, we know there's going to be a food shortage that the White House has admitted will happen in the fall, and they have a plan on how you can protect your family, to be able to feed your family. They don't have any of those things. So people aren't voting for them. They want to change the law so that they have an unfair advantage. And if you think I'm wrong about that, I'm just going to give you, and it's anecdotal, I admit it, I'll give you an anecdotal. Last night, I was out with a friend of mine who happens to be an elected official. And I was out with them, and I was speaking with my friend, and another gentleman overheard what me and my friend were talking about, because we were talking about an aspect of elections. And my friend, because we were talking about in New York State, the congressional lines were so biased that a New York State appellate court said it's unconstitutional, that the bias, the built-in bias was so egregious, it was it's not just that they made a mistake. It's not that they kind of pushed the edge. that they gave themselves a little bit of an advantage. It was unconstitutional what they did. They nullified the votes of American citizens. So the lines had to be redrawn, which means that right now, almost nobody in New York State knows who's running for what office and who represents them. They don't even know. Right now, in the New York 19th District, which I am now suddenly part of, which I've been promising and telling people about since 2016, so it's not a surprise to me, we don't even have a member of Congress. The one person we had who was our member of Congress, Antonio Delgado, abandoned the people of the New York 19th so that he could be the third runner-up to be lieutenant governor of New York, because the guy before him was corrupt as hell and had to resign in disgrace, just like the governor before Kathy Hochul got appointed, Andrew Cuomo. He had to resign in disgrace because he killed 16,000 people and covered it up. But no. So the New York 19th doesn't even have someone in Congress, and nobody knows, because no one knows who's in the New York 19th. No one knows which district that is. That's the problem that they made. And they did all that because they said, well, diversity. We have to draw these lines unconstitutionally because diversity. This is how they lie to you. And this is not what we are remembering on Memorial Day. This is not why we have a national holiday, because America is diverse. Our elections are diverse. The people who vote are diverse. The problem isn't about diversity. That's an excuse. That's a mental, emotional manipulation to try and get you to vote. Obama was elected because he was black. Let's be honest. Obama got elected and reelected because he's black, which is a really strange thing for a nation that's supposed to be systemically racist. It's amazing how that systemic racism failed for 8 years. But fair enough, it failed. America suddenly stopped being systemically racist for 8 years. And now we became systemically racist again. And then we were promised that black people can't vote, and then we see that they can. Tell me, am I a racist for pointing that out? Did I somehow misunderstand? I'm giving you the evidence from NBC, from CNN. I'm going to their numbers to show it to you. I'm pointing out what the left is telling you, but I'm also reminding you the lie that they told you before the evidence came out, which is why they're not talking about the fact that all of their claims about America being systemically racist, that black people, Hispanic people can't vote, it's not true. It's a lie. The only people of color who can't vote in America are the same as the people with color or without color. Illegal aliens, non-citizens, they can't vote in America. I don't care if they're coming from, they could be coming from China, they could be coming from Canada, they could be coming from England, the United Kingdom, doesn't really matter. They can't vote. It's not based on the color of skin, it's the fact that they're not American citizens. That's who can't vote, and that's who it seems Democrats are trying to get to vote. And that's not why people bled and died for America. They didn't die for this illegal alien that we never asked to be in our country, broke our laws, and entered our nation. They didn't die so that criminal could come into our nation and start voting against American citizens, to vote against the interests of America. And if you think I am wrong, the phone number is 607-242-1582. It's scrolling across. The phone line is on. You can call in just like Dal did. You can tell me what you think if you think I am wrong. Let me get back to some of the comments here, because I'm sure people didn't notice these news stories, nor were they thinking about it the way I'm highlighting, because you're not supposed to think. So let me get to that. By the way, if you're finding this interesting at all, please, the best thing you can do, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. We want to get to 1,234 subscribers. That's all. Doesn't cost you anything. It's free. I mean, if you want to make a donation, fantastic. You don't have to. But what we're looking to do is just get to 1,234 people as subscribers to reach more people around the world. So, going back in the comments a little bit, Hot Chicks mentions, well, we have to protect these people. See, we have to protect the diversity. Except the diversity isn't what's in trouble. It's Democrat votes. It's not diversity that's in trouble. Tina mentions, and it's good to see you, Tina, by the way, if I didn't mention it before, that she doesn't give a crap of why someone does the vile things that they do. They need to be punished, taken out of society to protect society. Cuomo closed most of the mental health facilities in New York, and this is going back to, I think it was about 2011, 2012 when he did that. And she goes on to say, the left calls bail reform a free pass to commit crimes with no consequences. This is what the left thinks is good. And yes, that is what they think is good. Mike Boy mentions, it's similar to the men who, okay, I did mention that one already. John mentions that Democrats have made this country of victimhood. It's a country of victimhood. And I agree. Everyone seems to think it's a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. No, you're a responsible adult, and you should be treated as such. And John Raines says that he believes that the death penalty is important, and that without the death penalty, that's been one of the factors that have led to more crimes. Tina says that politicians of both parties have no interest in actually solving anything. It would show the people that they really are not needed as much as they think. And most people would make more money if we didn't have politicians trying to solve things for us, doing something. And I agree with you. And I do notice that, and I should mention that Jean was also a member of the audience every Friday. I'm part of the panel at the Liberty First Foundation, which you can find on YouTube and Facebook. They have a live stream every Friday night at 9 p.m., and I'm one of the panel members, and we were talking about the red flag laws there, and I'll be getting to that a little bit later today. Tina mentions that she's baffled by how it is that black people in general are not offended that Democrats think black people are incapable of getting government photo ID, that black people are incapable of somehow being able to vote. I don't know why Democrats say that, because it is truly and absolutely insulting when Democrats say, well, black people, we have to protect them, we have to help them because they can't do it. I mean, again, Joe Biden said this on CNN. He said it multiple times. He said black people don't know how to use the internet. How is that not insulting to these people who seem to be absolutely mired in racial conflict and are happy to point out that everything in life is racist. Everything is racism. Intersectionality, gender identity politics, critical race theory. It's all about racism. And yet, when we hear this racism, blatant racism, coming from Democrats, they're like, oh, well, that's not really racist. No, we're not going to talk about that. Let it go. It's insane. And Dow mentions, hey, he brought up something that's important because, yeah, the government's so busy about trying to help us that they're using our money to buy crack pipes to give it to crack addicts, kind of like George Floyd. This is what they want to do. This is what they call helping people. They're going to buy the drug paraphernalia. They're going to create safe spaces for, like in California and many other states, they're creating safe spaces for drug users to use the drugs that they go out into the public, commit crimes, whether that's defecating on the streets like they do in San Francisco, or whether it's like the guy in the subway in New York who was attempting to rape a woman, or whether it's breaking into people's houses and stealing their property. And they're making it possible for these people to continue to do these crimes because, well, you know, we're going to fix this. We've got the solution. It's let them do it easier. This is not why people died to protect America. They didn't die so a local crackhead or a heroin addict can go out and break into your home, steal your stuff, attack you, mug you to steal your money so that they can get their drugs and then go over to the government funded, taxpayer funded safe space so they can use those drugs. If you think I'm wrong, tell me. If you think I misunderstand, if you think I'm being unfair or harsh, please tell me. I'm happy to hear that. I will listen to you with all fairness. I am passionate about the things I speak about. People are passionate in the comments they're making. I will listen to anyone who disagrees with me. I will treat you with respect. Give me respect, I will treat you with respect. And if you disagree, I will hear everything you have to say. But I don't think they're going to say anything because I don't think when you take away the emotion that they can justify these things because they don't make sense. Let me get to some of the other comments here. So, and many people are mentioning just how the Democrats treat black people, that you have to be subservient, that you have to agree. You don't get to have a choice. You want to see something funny? Go back and look when I was running for an elected office in 2014 and again, it was 2014 and again in 2020. I have the videos up. I have Livestream showing you how BLM, how Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, how the Democratic Socialists of America, how they all gathered together to scream at me, to use racial slurs that they say only Nazis use, and they were using them against me, denouncing me because I'm a black Republican. Because somehow that takes away the fact that I'm black, that I'm suddenly white now. I can show you the videos and I can show you the texts and tweets where people are telling me that I'm a white supremacist, not because they looked at a picture of me, because they didn't agree that I'm a Republican, because I don't have the right, according to the far left, to have a reason, a logic, a philosophy, an ideology that is conservative. I am obligated to be a liberal Democrat because they like that, because it gets them votes, it gives them power. Guess what? My father, my grandfathers, my great-grandfathers, they weren't in the military, in the United States military, in the Army and in the Marine Corps. They didn't go in there. They got wounded. They got severely wounded. And they didn't do that because I have to be a Democrat, because I must follow the approved decisions of the Democratic Party. They did it so that I could have a choice. And Joe Murray mentions this is not just insulting, it's actually the definition of racism. And it is. And they are lying to you. And I am pointing it out from NBC, from CNN. I am going to the left. Yes, Richard Welton mentions, oh, that's exactly what it said about, yes, they put it on the LA Times. Larry Elder decided to run for governor of California. And the LA Times put in their headlines that Larry Elder is a white supremacist. There is no evidence of that. They didn't even try to point to anything in this article that was written in the LA Times that even hinted at anything he had ever done that was racist in his life. The man has been a public figure for what, 3 decades, 4 decades? He's never 3 decades. And they have no evidence. But yet, because he isn't doing what's approved, because he isn't doing what the major news media and the Democratic Party wants, which is black people must vote Democrat. And anyone who isn't a black Democrat, a Hispanic Democrat, a woman that's a Democrat, if you're not that, then you are the problem. You must not be black. Doesn't matter how dark your skin is. Doesn't matter how good a suntan you have. Doesn't matter the accent you have. Doesn't matter if you're gay or straight or trans. It doesn't matter. You didn't do what you're supposed to do, what they told you you're supposed to do. So you are the problem, not them for limiting your choices. No, that's okay. You're the problem. People did not die to make sure that America, so that a political party could tell American citizens what their options are. Say, you only have a choice. You can be a progressive or a Democrat. That's it. See, you've got all the options in America. You can be a Democrat or you can be a progressive. That's it. If you're a person of color, that's your choices. Democrat, or you can be a Republican. Because if you're anything else, if God forbid you're a libertarian, you're a conservative, you're a Republican, oh my God, you're part of the Green Party. Well, then you're just demonic and you're just evil and you have to be some kind of racist or ism or phobe. Tell me how that isn't racist. I know I've had so many of these far left individuals in Citizen Action and Working Family. In New York State has an organization called the Working Families Party, Citizen Action, Black Lives Matter, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. These are all far left groups. And you know, I've had people in all of those groups come up to me and go, I don't know how you can vote Republican, Mike. You're black. I'm like, where does it say that only white people can be Republicans? Where does it say? Anywhere in the Constitution, any amendment, any law in New York State, in the New York State Constitution, where does it say that black people have to be a Democrat or progressive? Show me that line. Show me where it ever exists. No, but you just don't understand, Mike. You're black. No, you're kidding. Because I was pretty sure my mom knew that, my dad knew that. When I look in the mirror for 54 years, yeah, I got that. I know I'm a black Hispanic. Always have been. It hasn't changed. I know I'm black. What's that got to do with my political preference? You don't have that choice. Well, you're voting against your people. What? What are you talking about? My people are Americans. What are you talking about? What does that mean? And why do I not get a choice? Because how many white people do they walk up to and go, oh, you can't be a Democrat? Should we be treating them the same way? Going to all these liberals, going to everyone who's a progressive, going to everyone who's a Democrat and going, well, you can't be a Democrat, you're white. That's only for black people. That's only for people of color. You're white, you have to be a Republican. You're white, you have to be a conservative. You can't be a progressive or someone who's in the Democratic Party. It sounds stupid when you say that, doesn't it? It sounds insanely racist. How about this? Let's go to everyone who's Jewish and tell them, you're Jewish. Fantastic. You have to be a libertarian. All Jewish people have to be libertarians. How about this? All women have to be part of the Green Party. Would all women agree with that? That every woman in America, you don't have a choice. You have to be in the Green Party because you're a woman. Would anyone agree with that? Then why in the hell do we agree when those people, when some political parties are telling black people and Hispanics and minorities, and they're telling them, you can only be a progressive or a Democrat. And they're telling us that's what America's about. That's what people died for. So that you wouldn't have the freedom of choice. Something that they would never, ever dare say to any other group. Imagine if they said that all trans people have to be libertarians. Imagine if they said every gay person has to be a conservative. There would be an outrage on every news media outlet. Then why in the hell can they tell anyone, well, you can't be a Republican, you're black. You can't be a conservative, you're Hispanic. You can't have conservative values, you're a woman. How dare you? Do you understand what the Constitution, what the amendments, do you even understand what they mean? Not what your professor in college told you they think it means. Did you actually read the documents and figure it out for yourself? And if you don't understand the words, we have a thing to help you with that. It's called a dictionary. Yes, this gets me upset. Yes, I am passionate about this because no one else is passionate about this, because no one else is standing up to the American people and saying, this is the answer. And I want people around the world to see this because I'm talking to them too. If you are in, I don't care, you're in Uganda, if you happen to be in Peru or Chile, if you happen to be in France or Germany and Poland, in the United Kingdom, in Sweden, in Canada, which is, by the way, all countries that watch this program, guess what? No one in your country should be saying the same thing. And the only places where people are being told, oh, you only get to have this kind of, you know what? Russia, the old Soviet Union, North Korea, China, Venezuela, Cuba, that's where you don't get, those are countries that tell you, oh, you don't get to vote like that. You don't get to make those votes. You don't get a choice. You know what? I have yet to hear anyone say that China is more free than America. I've never heard anyone say that Venezuela is more free than America, that Cuba is more free than America. Nope. Hang on. I got to correct myself. I'm wrong. Bernie Sanders said Venezuela is the example that America should follow. Bernie Sanders in 2016 said America needs to be like Venezuela. We need to be socialist. Guess where that socialism has taken Venezuela? And I pick on it a lot because it is the most recent, fresh memory that everyone can go onto the internet and see for themselves, and most people were alive for. What happened in Venezuela? The public lost the right to have guns. They can't defend themselves. They lost all of the private businesses, especially oil and gas. The people are starving. Measles and mumps are at astronomically increased levels versus any other country in South America. There's more cases, and the people are eating animals out of zoos and out of garbage cans. Oh, and by the way, they're also running out of Venezuela as fast as they can to make it the 1,600 miles to the American border to become part of America as illegal aliens. So if you want to tell me, like Bernie Sanders did, that America needs to be more like Venezuela, the Venezuelans don't believe it for good reason. But if you believe that black people can only vote Democrat or progressive, Hispanics can only be progressives or Democrats, that women can only be Democrats or progressives, then guess what? Go to Venezuela and try that. Go down there. They'll be happy to hear that's what you think. And they'll be happy that you vote that way. By the way, you'll be living out of a garbage can, and you'll be killing rats for dinner, and you'll be praying that the local police don't just decide to kill you in the middle of the street. Because that's a trade-off. If you don't get to vote free, they'll kill you. One way or the other. Starve you, you don't get a job, or the government just walks on up and just shoots you in the head. Yeah, have fun. Go to Venezuela. Have a great time. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. And if you want to comment on that, 607-242-1582. It's just crossing above me. You can comment on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Tell me if I'm wrong. You tell me if you think I'm wrong. Hot Chicks mentions that she had agreed with me. John Raines says, if America falls, there is no country left in the world to save the world. No one will come to save America. Of course they're not, because they want what we have. And let's see here. Joe Murray asked a question. Joe Murray mentioned, how do we fix this? How do we reunite this country? It hurts me to see the division in this country. How did we screw up this bad for our children? Joe, that is an excellent question. And the answer is, we allowed a politician to lie to us. When Joe Biden said he was going to be a unifying president, but every one of the policies he identified divided America. When he wrote executive orders that emphasized diversity, not the quality of the people, not the importance of the people or the positions they're in, but decided to pick and choose Americans based on the color of their skin, when he did that and America didn't speak up, that's how we screwed up America. When Barack Obama decided to say that someone apparently, remember the beer summit? Because a college professor he had lost his keys and he was breaking into his own home. Now, if you are someone, you're at your house, you're at your apartment, anywhere in America, you go and you look out your door, you look out your window, you're driving down the street, you're jogging down the street, and you see this guy breaking down a door to get into a house of one of your neighbors. Are you going to just run on by and go, oh, well, it's a black guy, so, hey, he must live there? Or are you going to say, somebody's trying to break into my neighbor's house? Let me call the police, see what's going on. Because no one should be trying to break down Joe or Bob or Susie or whatever, trying to break into their house. Police should come up. They should check out what's going on because they're getting robbed. Maybe they're getting robbed. Let's send the police over there and find out. And so the police did show up. And they said, hey, we don't know who you are. We don't know. Stop trying to break into this house. Who are you? And they took him down and said, hey, you look like you're a criminal. You look like a criminal because you're breaking into someone's house. Not because he's black, not because he's a college professor, not because he violated some rule of Democrats or progressives. It's because he's trying to kick down the front door. And America said, oh my God, you picked on him because he's black, not because he's literally, physically trying to kick down the front door of a house. I kind of think that if someone is standing there kicking down a door, you're going to say, that doesn't seem normal. Especially if you know your neighbor isn't there. You know your neighbor went on a trip. Maybe you're watching their dog. Maybe you're collecting their mail. And you're like, oh, I know they're not there. They went on vacation. They went on a trip. They're on a business meeting. They're not at their house. Hey, look, someone's trying to kick down their door. Oh, well, wait a minute. That's black. He's black, so it must be okay. He's a black guy, so, black guys just kick down people's doors for no reason. Because that's how I enter my house every day. I just kick down a door, break open a window. Yeah, that's how I get into my house. It's stupid. And when we didn't call that out, when the president, when Barack Obama said that and said the police are wrong for trying to protect that man's property, and they had no reason to know who he was, they had no reason to believe that he wasn't someone trying to just break into that guy's house, guess what? We should have called out the president. We should have said, that's wrong. That's racist. That is blatantly racist. That's where we went wrong. When we taught our kids that, and as we are teaching them right now, when we started to teach our kids in colleges and then it went to high schools, and now it's even in elementary schools, the applications of critical race theory, Joe, that's when we went wrong. When we said that these people are evil because of the color of their skin, and those people are victims because of the color of their skin, I don't care what color you want to fill in. It could be white, black, purple, I don't care, polka dots, stripes, I could care less. When you're saying that one group of people are evil by birth and another group of people are are victims by birth, then that's evil. Because you know what? That sounds like Adolf Hitler. He said that. That's his ideology. That's what he said in the 1930s. and how many millions of blacks and Jews and people around the world died because he said this group of people are evil by birth, that group of people are victims by birth. We had a world war about that. I think we learned the lesson, but apparently I'm wrong because critical race theory, intersectionality, and gender identity politics exist today, and they are all different versions of that person was born evil, that person's a victim. We had a world war about this, people. Why are we still having that argument today? Probably because we're not teaching our kids that people died to protect everyone in the world from someone ever saying that. And yes, I am very, very emotional about that. Let me go back to some of the comments. Hot Chicks, you said, damn Venus? I don't understand what that means, but, you know, damn Venus? I don't know what that means, but okay. And Jan, Obama's not the start of the problem. I know I pick on Obama, I pick on Joe Biden, because they're very clear, very obvious examples of this, but they're not the ones who started this, nor are they the ones who are pushing this. I mean, let's be realistic. CNN is the one who's telling you, CNN was the one who was telling you for a month that, you know, black people in Georgia wouldn't be able to vote. It was NBC that was telling the world and everyone in Georgia that black people, Hispanic people couldn't vote. And they've been doing this for decades. Teachers have been in colleges telling kids that they can't vote because of the color of their skin, which is a lie. This isn't 1900 America. This isn't 1922. It's 2022. That's not true. So, yeah, I pick on Obama a bunch, but he's not the only one. By the way, I want to also go, I'm going to go to some of the comments, but I also want to go into, did you hear about this from May 24th? Because it was the same time that the nation was going crazy about the shooter, that no one was paying attention on this program. You can go back, you can watch the videos. I've been doing them since January. Actually, I've been doing them since Joe Biden, February 2021. Matter of fact, I think I even did it in January of 2021. As soon as Joe Biden got in office and he started making these executive orders and changing and opening up the border, I have been saying consistently on this program, on various videos, dozens of times, if not multiple dozens of times, that I have said it is only a matter of time before a terrorist will enter America along with those illegal aliens. That terrorists are going to come into America and they're going to try and kill Americans. And what are the Democrats going to say when that happens? It was only a matter of time. And it happened on May 24th. At least, that is, we caught them on May 24th of 2022. There are 250,000 people trying to enter America every month under Joe Biden. 200,000 people. There are so many people who are trying to come into America that I believe it is equivalent to the state of Montana, if not Rhode Island. We have had millions, about 2 million people. We're talking about, that's more than the size of Salt Lake City. That's about the size of Chicago. This is how many people we're talking about. The entire population of Chicago tried to enter the United States illegally under Joe Biden. We have 250,000 people and these are the ones that we catch. You remember the 17,000 Haitians that tried to enter into America? They thought it was better to live under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas, rather than to live in Haiti. That's how screwed up Haiti is. That Haiti is so screwed up that people in Haiti would rather live under a bridge in America. Under a bridge in America. 17,000 of them. And we let 12,000 in. How many terrorists did we let in? We don't know. We don't know. But we do know that on May 24th, 4 of these criminals, 4 terrorists, entered the United States and attempted to kill a former president. And I don't care if you like that president or you hate that president. I could care less. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, a libertarian, a progressive. It doesn't matter. Because if 4 of them can enter the United States and try and kill a president, 4 of them can get on a plane and reenact 9/11. 4 of them can come into America and they can reenact San Bernardino, the Orlando shootings in Las Vegas, or Waukesha, or the New York subway, or Buffalo, New York. Because the crazed terrorists don't care. They don't care about your political ideology. They don't care if you're white or black. They don't care. They know that you are an American, that you have the right to be free, that you can say whatever you want, that you can have whatever religion that you want, that you can be gay or straight or trans, or you could think that you are a toaster, and that is okay in America, and because of that, they want you dead. Period. We have 40 years of people in Iran, the leadership of Iran, that has told every single day almost, telling America that we are the big devil and that they want to kill us. They are in negotiations with the Iran nuclear deal right now. And I guarantee you, within the last week, they have said they want to kill America. Whether or not they get the Iran nuclear deal, they will kill Americans. I know they have said it since January because I've covered it on this program several times. How many of these people are getting into our southern border? Because people died to create the national borders of America. People died in every major war of America because they were defining what were the limits of America, the size of America, how many states that we have. People have died for this. And now progressives are saying, well, what's a border? Borders don't exist unless you're in the Ukraine. But in America, no, there's no such thing as a border. We don't need borders. It's open borders. No one needs a border. Just like in Europe, you don't need a border. Well, yeah, you do. Because if you don't have a border, you get terrorists trying to kill American citizens. Does that make sense? Am I making sense here? Because this is what Memorial Day is about, to remember that people died to create the borders that we have, because we don't want everyone in the world to come here. We want some people to come here. And we don't want terrorists to come here. We don't want people who hate America to come here. Is that too much? Is that too crazy to understand? Because I don't think it is. But I haven't been through some of the comments, so let me catch up. I apologize. I want to catch up to some comments here. Joe Murray says, I've seen this work in school, playing on sports teams, and even while I was working as a police officer, race seems to dissipate, and we look at each other as blue instead of black and white. We should always look at each other as Americans, period. I'm not a black American. I'm not a Hispanic American. I'm an American, period. Period. The color of my skin, the ethnicity of my family has nothing to do with the fact that I am an American. Period. That's it. Everything else doesn't matter. Everything else is transitory or unimportant. I'm an American. And I respect the fact that people died so that I can stand here and say, or sit here right now and say, I'm an American. And I have the freedom of speech. that certain Americans, progressives, don't want me to have. People on Twitter don't want me to be able to say, don't want me to be able to say the things I am saying. There are Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Kirsten Gillibrand, Antonio Delgado, Kathy Hochul, Donna Lupardo, Jason Garnar. They don't, Josh Riley. These are people, they don't want me to say the things I'm saying. They don't want you to hear the things I have to say. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, Adam Schiff. I can go down the list. Beto O'Rourke. They don't want me to say these things. They want to silence me. Because, and I want to be very clear here, folks, and why it's so important that you like, share, and subscribe. Because it's not about me. It's about you. It's about these comments. They don't want you to speak. These are people who are thinking, just like you at home. Some of you are just watching the show or you're listening to the show. Guess what? You're thinking. You're not emotional. You're thinking. You're hearing the facts that I'm putting out there, the questions that I am asking, the conclusions I am coming to. And they're saying, my God, he's letting people think. We can't let that happen. Americans, the biggest threat to progressive ideology, socialist ideology, you know what's the biggest threat? You actually thinking about it. Looking at the evidence and making a decision. Not running with the emotions that they're telling you you're supposed to feel, but actually thinking about it and making your mind up for yourself. That's what they want to silence. They want to silence me because you're actually listening to me, because you're actually thinking about it. Because people will tell me, Mike, you got that part wrong. I don't agree with you. Here's my logic. Here's my facts. And they ask me, Mike, are you sure? Do you know about that? Do you know what you're talking about? And that means we're thinking. We're having a conversation. Everyone who's commenting, they're bringing up different points, different stories, different facts. Not that they're making up facts, but just stuff that I haven't even referenced that are like, oh yes, that supports your argument too. It's true. It's happened. They don't want you to think. They want you to feel the way that will work in their advantage. And they're trying to tell you that's what America's about. They're trying to tell you this Memorial Day that everyone who's dying, who has died for this nation, they died so that you don't think. Because that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to elect someone and you follow whatever they say. And you do whatever is approved. And that is a lie. That is evil. In a free nation, in a nation where you have the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, you have the Fourth Amendment, you have the 10th, 9th, and 10th Amendments, you have the 15th, 13th, and 14th Amendment. You have women's suffrage was the 22nd Amendment, as I recall. Yeah, in a nation where people can be free to be them, yeah, when they tell you you can't be whatever you want, yeah, that's not freedom. Yes, I am a canary in the coal mine. And I have to. And you know what's the sad thing is? I have to be. Because if we're not, these guys will shut us down. And if people think, Mike, you're just making it up, you're blowing it up, it's not real. This is from Yahoo Finance. Alexis Keenan, May 23rd. U.S. Appeals Court rejects Florida social media law, finds the tech giants have First Amendment rights. Now, I'm not going to get into, do the companies have First Amendment rights? Yes. So do I. So do I. And the thing I'm really upset about isn't whether or not a company has First Amendment rights. It's that they have to be consistent. If you're going to tell me I don't have the right to do something because of X, nobody should have the right to do it. But you know as well as I do, you listen to anyone on the left, you go to the big names, you go to the small names, you go to Twitter and the anonymous names, and you will see that they get to break the rules on a regular basis because they are pushing the approved messaging. Don't believe me? Go to Josh Riley. He's a candidate for the New York 22nd District. Look at the responses that people have given to me because I asked him a question. Then tell me that I'm getting treated the same way that he gets treated. It's not true. And we all know it. And they don't care. And what they will tell you instead is that you are a racist because you're not doing what they want. Remember I told you about Obamacare? Because we were told Obamacare is healthcare. It's a right. You have a right to healthcare. No, you don't. You don't. You do not have a right to healthcare. Period. You have a right to choose healthcare. You don't have a right to it. It's not guaranteed. You are not guaranteed to have a doctor. You are not guaranteed to have medical treatment. You have an option on that. But Obama created this right that doesn't exist. And on top of giving you, he said, you have a right to health care, and the government will decide it for you. This is Obamacare in the simplest way I can explain it. You have a right to health care that the government has picked for you. The government chose your health care. You have a right. You're guaranteed. They want to tell you you're guaranteed to have health care, but the government gets to pick it. And they sold this on the idea that it's going to be cheap. They're going to save you money. You're going to give up your right to choose the health care that you want, to choose the medicines that you're going to take. You're going to give that right up, and the government's going to take it, and the government's going to decide what you get as a treatment. But the trade-off is it's not going to cost you that much. And then we get stories, and I'm not even going to go back to the history of it, but according to the May 20th article that came out of Politico, an Obamacare fiasco could blow up on Democrats right before the midterms. This is a story you weren't told about. And in that article, they mentioned price hikes would hit an estimated 13 million people across the country, potentially adding hundreds of dollars to families' monthly expenses. And in a painful twist for the White House, already struggling to contain anger over the rising household costs, food, supplies, electricity, everything, voters would begin receiving notices about their premiums for health care that the government requires you to have. You're going to get price increases in October. The same time that you're going to cast your votes. And they're worried about this, and the news media is talking about it because they're afraid Democrats won't get votes. Because people don't agree with the idea that their prices, that they're going to be charged more money and it's more expensive for the thing they were promised by Democrats would be cheap. That they gave up their right to choose because Democrats are going to charge them more money. Remember the lie? What was it? It was the lie of 2012, I believe. As I recall, it was, you'll get to keep your doctor. Obama lied to you. It was the biggest lie in the country. It was a lie. Democrats knew they were lying to you. It is documented. It was such an egregious lie that even every news media in the country had to say they knew they were lying to you. They had the evidence. When they said, you're going to keep your doctor, they lied to you. They also lied to you when they said, it's going to be cheaper. And here's the evidence from Politico. Prices are going up in October. How many people in the news media told you that? How many other sources of news media are talking about this? Because it is your right to know this. And you have a right to say, I don't agree, and I'm not going to vote for people who lied to you. I haven't even gotten to the people in Afghanistan. The fact that they have lied to you, Joe Biden, Secretary Blinken, the State Department, the Department of Defense, they lied to you since September 1st of 2021. There are hundreds of Americans in Afghanistan right now. There are so many people in Afghanistan right now, the government won't tell you the number. If you think I'm lying, call up your congressman, call up your senator, and just ask them, how many Americans are in Afghanistan right now? How many Americans were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration and defended by the Democratic Party and have run away from this? And how many times have the numbers changed? So I got some comments here, and I have someone on the line. So this is Michael Voss, your host at No Soundbites Allowed. And who is speaking?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's going on?
Yeah, you were just, talking about some of the economical, price costs with the government is, trying to push off, the sticker, shock of what they're going to see with their increased insurance premium.
As well as food, as well as oil. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, here, I'll try not to bore everybody with the economic stance, but
Just don't go into big details.
yeah, I'll just try. But the thing was that this week was kind of a big thing where we saw our Federal Reserve pretty much pull up the white flag and say that they almost seem like they're not going to be aggressive on the increasing of interest rates.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is we're going to see astronomical inflation, well in next year.
Well, wait a minute, before you go further,
Yeah.
so that people understand.
Yep.
We know that inflation has been rising. We know that it's expected to rise throughout the rest of the year. One of the things that the Federal Reserve will do to stop inflation from going up, is that they increase interest rates. That's their tool, one of their tools, to help cut the amount of inflation that's going on. So if they say that they're not going to increase it, there's nothing to stop inflation from going up, theoretically. So then that theory is now understood. Go ahead, go on.
Yeah, so now with that theory in play is what's happening is that they're projected that they're going to increase rates 2 times for the fall, and then the fall it looks like they're going to take their foot off the gas pedal and let the markets and everything ride,
Mm-hmm.
and from the looks of it, and when you look at the timing, it would have to appear that the plan is they don't want the stock market during the election. And this has been one thing that I've noticed with this Fed is that they appear to be specifically working along with the Biden administration whim as far as it comes to their policy. And they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be non-biased. They basically are doing what they should to what's the best of the economy, not what's the best of a political season or an election cycle, which apparently at this point it looks like that is exactly what they're doing. And the ramifications though of them not doing puts us as a country in a big problem, because what happens is that one of the tools that the Federal Reserve has when we do go into recession, do go into a depression, is that they can then actually lower interest rates. The problem is that if you don't increase them, as they should be now, then they're not going to have any bullets left to actually take the action necessary to actually help boost our economy when the time comes. And so by foregoing this, it just puts us in a really bad place. And it's not just the United States that it affects. the Federal Reserve of the United States affects the entire world. So when there's increasing prices, in the United States, you don't see it here, you see it everywhere. And as we've said before on the program, is that the poorest countries, and the ones with that are most fragile when it comes to food and other resources, they're getting hit the hardest. So not just the United States, we will be hurting from the increase in rate, but the a lot of the third world countries are just going to be decimated by this. And like my perspective is it's just the extremely biased, callous Federal Reserve that just I mean, look, I would hope that all of a sudden, October, turns. Uh,
Mm,
well, fuck.
yeah.
But yeah. So the thing is that once the reserve, or once September and October come, could they turn on a dime and switch? Well, the bottom line is that because they've already projected that they're not going to do it, they can't do it then without having a dramatic tank in the actual market, and there really is no motive at that point to do it right before the election. So September, October, November, I mean, they're not going to touch rates, until they wouldn't do that until after it. And by that time, I mean, we're really going to be hurting, well into falling.
No, it's going to be multi years. And this is why we've had Deutsche Bank and what was the other? A couple of the major financial firms around the world, two of them so far, that have said that America is or is about to be in a recession, that there is a potential of us going into a depression and or stagflation. That's just facts.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's changed their tune completely, as far as recession. I mean, a lot of now experts who are saying, "Oh yeah, we're not going to have anything," have all of a sudden completely flipped and said, "Yeah, we're already there." And the funny thing is they had flipped so quick because I mean, first it started out as everything was transit, and then they're saying, "Oh yeah, we're not going to have a recession." Now all of a sudden it looks like they're already saying, that we are in a recession, and then that's part of the reason too is why the Fed is having that they're not gonna tamper down anything because we're already in a vulnerable state and they don't want to disturb the economy at this point. But then again, that's the mistake because either you cut it off now, increase the interest rates now while the economy is still hot, while we still have ample number of jobs, or they wait for the job layoffs to happen, then you will then still be forced to actually take action. By that point, you'll literally cause massive,
But
far
they
more.
but they knew this. We on this program, on our Sunday live stream and other videos in February, and actually in January, we were saying that the economy was screwed. In fact, you can go back to February 17th of 2021, and we explained the problems with the economy and how it was going to be long term. This is not new information. They did this. The only reason what they have tried to hide this from the public, like they are hiding the fact that energy prices are already predicted to go higher. We already know there's going to be a food shortage. They already know these things are going to happen. They just don't want people to vote on it because they're trying to protect a political ideology, not the public. And that is insulting to me. Do you agree?
I totally agree. I think it's extremely insulting, and I honestly think too, though, is that they're miscalculating. They have miscalculations steps they're actually taking now, um, with what they're actually doing, because not only are they setting themselves up, for already taking major losses. Democrats are setting themselves up to take major losses this year. But the thing is, by the way that the government is handling, the economy now, I mean, that they're going to put themselves in a position where this will carry down, another years. And really, the question is that what are Republicans do if and in fact do power? Because I remember, I mean, I've had conversations, and I started thinking about what happened with Bill Clinton in January, where he came out with what the Promise for America or some sort of a contract with America,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe that the Biden administration, anyway, has the flexibility to actually come up with some sort of, contract for America, like that happened with the Republicans, back then. And, to some degree, I kind of question whether the Republicans actually have the ability to come up with something like that. But I believe that they need to. They would definitely have to at least offer a contract, to the Biden administration, and then have them, the far radical left outright reject, you
Well,
know.
I gotta say, to be honest, it's already too late. It's already too late for a Newt Gingrich style, collaboration with a Clinton Democrat style. Because one, moderate Democrats don't exist anymore. And two, because the Democratic Party has basically shut them down. If you are a moderate Democrat today, that means that the left considers you a Republican and a conservative. That's a fact. Look at what they've said about all the moderates out there. But here's the other thing. Like Glenn Greenwald, as an example, Glenn Greenwald, he is a liberal. Absolutely. He's now considered a Republican. But let me ask you, what do you think? You follow finance. Here's something. I don't think a lot of people have thought about it this way. What is the biggest factor to inflation? What's the biggest thing that's causing inflation to go up right now?
Well, the biggest is the simple fact that, you have too much money pumped into the system.
That's it.
Just massive amounts of money pumped. And,
And let me ask you this. Before you
go
go on,
ahead.
let me ask you this. Because right now, we're being told it's Russia, it's oil and gas, it's energy prices. That's why inflation is going up. The real answer is because the definition of inflation includes the fact it's money. How much money we are printing, how quickly we are printing that money and putting it out. It is making our money worthless. We have $31 trillion. Joe Biden's talking about $5 trillion that he wanted to spend on the American Families Plan. He wants to spend another $7 trillion on the budget this year. He's spending money so fast. He's printing new money. We printed up $80 billion to give to Ukraine that didn't exist. That's money that's coming. It's not just coming out of your pocket. It's making your money worth less. And I don't think many people know that. Do you, when you're speaking to people that you know, do they know that?
No, I mean, the problem is, and we've talked about this before, is that it's complicated. I mean, the problem with inflation is it's a monetary problem, and it's created, by government,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, the only way to reel it in is for the government to basically get aggressive, increase interest rates, which reduce the amount of money, out there. But the thing is that it's not a precision tool, Once you put the money out there and you try to extract it, then it's just like you're lobbing off. I mean, I would almost, picture the economy as being pictured as being like a human being. Thing is, though, is what you're doing is you can't just make the entire person skinny, basically by sucking it, make it nice and lean and thin. What you're technically doing, you're chopping, you're just literally chopping everything off. So you're taking limbs off, arms off, and what I would represent like the arms and limb, are like the small businesses that don't have massive pools of reserves of money. It's the elderly people, who are getting crushed, with their own, bank accounts and stuff like that, or who have, sort of debt, and that their inflation is, not inflation, their interest rates are going up on certain. So I mean, it just crushes, people just along the board in a very, unprecise way, and it's a screw up that the government could have completely prevented, and that has to be, reiterated that Joe Biden created this issue when he released, basically the second wave of money that came into the system. That should have never been put out there. That is what created this massive, problem.
Well,
Not to mention,
you know what's going to keep it going? You know what's one of the
more
things?
money.
Well, yeah, I'll give you an example. I'm putting it on the screen right now. Again, this comes from CNBC. Again, from the left. And I want you to understand, this is all left-leaning stuff. Why is it hard for Biden administration to figure out how much student debt to forgive? Not that they're going to do it, how much they're going to do. This came out May 26th, 3 days ago. And in there, they're going to go somewhere between $321 billion to $3 trillion in debt that they're just going to eliminate. That's money that they're going to print that doesn't exist, that you are going to pay for. What do you think? If you think $5 trillion last year helped to make, 6.3% inflation today, what about another $3 trillion that never existed before, that was never part of the deal, that you never had to pay for before? This is other people's debt. It has nothing to do with you. It's someone else down the block owes this money. You're going to pay it off from your job. And you think that's not going to hit the bottom line and increase inflation? I mean, does that make sense to you? Do you understand why I'm saying inflation is going to keep going higher?
This right here is astronomically unjust. Like, the thing is you look at the left and having their social justice, with their being economical or being fair, from the rich or the poor. The people who they're forgiving this burden of debt happen to be mostly individuals with, I believe, debt for like master,
Yes.
according to what the stats are. People don't need this infusion of money, because what you're doing technically is you're giving all these people, so they don't have to pay like $100,000, $200,000 in debt. So what are they going to do? They're going to go out there and buy a new boat, new car, new big screen TV, all these other things. Just all that extra money they're going to spend now, since they don't have to put it on this desk. Guess what? All the extra money, that's going to create more money in the system and more inflation. And so what's the government going to be forced to do? Increase interest rates. Again, yeah, sure, you're going to throw some interest rates out on these people who are getting all this debt, forgiven on them, but and then they'll be able to weather this storm. But guess what's going to happen? It's going to crush everybody on the bottom, who don't have all this.
Well, think about it. It means the easiest way to explain it to everyone, if we have $30 trillion in debt today, and we have almost $31 trillion in debt right now, and we're going to add up to $3 trillion more that never existed before. This is money that's brand new. That's 10% of the debt that they're going to add on. That's coming out of that means your money, every dollar you have, is worth 10% less. It's that simple. And they're saying that, and that's 10% inflation just by doing that. Now, I'm oversimplifying some of the numbers here slightly, but I want you to understand that's how they're adding another 10%, again, oversimplification, but 10% more debt on you. Your dollar is worth 10% less if they do this. And it's not even your debt. Does that sound like something that when people were dying in Vietnam, when people were dying in Korea, when they were dying in Afghanistan, that this is what they wanted to have happen? Do you think that?
I can't say what another person. But the fact is, though, is they give us the freedom, the ability, and the country to make decisions, and unfortunately, we've, somehow managed to put people in power who have these ideas, and it's our job, like you and me, who disagree, ideas, is basically make sure that our voice is heard and make sure that people are informed and understand this stuff and break this down in such a way that people now understand the economical consequences of of this administration. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's very frustrating, to see this and to some degree not being able to convey and communicate it in such a way that people really understand what is happening. I mean, this student loan, forgiveness is one of the just most. I mean, you're talking about like economic justice, social justice, something. I mean, to any degree, doesn't even go, to that. And it's like, the thing is, what the Biden administration, Democrats are doing, they are actually going to bankrupt the poorest and the weakest people in the middle class, and impoverish. And then what they're going to do in 2 years, they're going to turn around, blame somebody else, and say, "Here, we're here to bail you out and give you more money to pick you up, because what the Republicans, that's going to be the saying. We know that. That's what they've done in the past.
Let me clarify something about what you said. because the answer is, well, it's about diversity. It's about picking people by the color of their skin. And we have to do this because of diversity, of social justice, economic justice, environmental justice. They keep qualifying justice as if there's different types of justice, which is just stupid. And to be honest, the very simple answer is that 56% of all the people who have debt from college are white. They're telling you that they're going to pay off the black loans. That's racism. If they only take the debt from black people, which is what some of the NAACP and some other and far left organizations want black people isolated, that's racist. And if they're not doing it based on the color of skin, then 56% of the people, more than half, are going to be white men, which means it's not about diversity. They're lying to people again. Did you know that?
Yeah, they're just basically bribing people to vote for them now. And they, as if they think that, paying their debt is going to get them to vote for them. Once they've actually done it, then why would people have an incentive to continue to do it? Because that was the thing that the Democrats made such a mistake in, because they figured that people would be so thankful that Biden went out and cut big checks, gave them the second round of money. Didn't realize that inflation was so bad that it basically sucked that wealth for them and put them in a worse position than they were to start with. Everybody now is, well, some people, are able to see that. Others still are kind of clueless. They don't understand the economical ramifications of, that release of money. But yeah, I mean, it's just a constant cycle of repeat. And like I said, the only way the solution gets solved is people understand, economics and do it to a certain. But this is the student loan situation. I just, like I said, it's a pure out, bribe, to certain demographics, to vote for them. And the demographics that you described, I mean, they're not trying to, cater. I don't even know who the hell that is even targeting. I mean,
black people. They're targeting. If you walk down the street, and if anyone watching this live or on video, doesn't matter, I'd like to see it in the comments. Do you actually think that the way it has been described by Democrats, they make it sound like it's going to help black men and blacks and Hispanics and women, not Asians, not white people. It's going to go to black men and blacks and Hispanics, men and women, not Asians, not whites. That's how they word it in their commercials, in their slogans on TV, and that is a lie.
Could they do that though?
No, because it's racist.
Well, I know,
it's
but I mean,
directly and absolutely racist if they do that. It would be sexist and racist.
Well, I know they would be both, but not to say that they wouldn't do it.
Well, it's already illegal because Biden doesn't have the power. Quick, easy lesson for people about executive orders. Real simple thing. By law, a president cannot make an executive order that affects a class of people. So you cannot pick black people or Hispanics or poor people or any group. You can't go Christians or Jews or Muslims or trans or
so
people who think they're
base
just
something on like a affirmative action type system.
Cannot.
Like,
no, that is illegal. That is absolutely illegal. It's the reason why Barack Obama 22 times in a row said that he cannot make an executive order for illegal aliens because they're a class of people, especially the dreamers. He cannot. He said it 22 times in the in the first 4 years of his administration. Said it 22 times. He cannot, as a constitutional lawyer, teaching constitutional law, Barack Obama said, you cannot do it. It violates executive orders. Then he did it. He broke the law.
Yeah. Well,
and
what would stop
same thing with Biden.
Well, why wouldn't Biden? I mean, the thing is after Biden does it, it's kind of hard to put. I mean, you can't undo what he did if.
That's why they're going to do it.
Loans.
That's why they're going to do it, because as soon as they're going to do it and they're going to wipe out the checks real fast. They're going to take away the debt, and they're going to say, oh, but if you don't vote for me, the other guys, they're going to give you the debt back. You're going to owe the money. And everyone's going to go, I don't want to pay an extra $10,000 or $30,000. I got to vote Democrat now.
Well,
It's not even buying votes. It's literally a manipulation. It's a
Coercion.
that's the word I was looking for. Coercion.
Yeah.
It's a coercion.
Yeah.
Because we took away the debt. You have free money. Oh, those guys are going to take it from you. So you have to vote for us or else. That is coercion.
Yeah.
That's another reason why it's illegal.
That's very powerful, though.
That's why presidents can't have executive orders that target classes of people, because it is coercion.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing to correct that sort of action, I mean, that would be a misdemeanor, crime of felony or.
It wouldn't be high crimes and treason.
No.
No,
for that?
Not by the classic definition of high crimes and treason.
No.
It would be criminal, but it wouldn't be a impeachment order. Yeah.
Wow.
That's just the way the law. And again, you can talk to lawyers about this. They will come out and tell you the same thing. The media doesn't want to explain any of this, but I'm telling you.
That is just crazy. So, I mean, he'll go out there blatant, break, the laws, then put it on the ballot and force Republicans, on that position. He's going to force them to keep their mouth shut. Then they're going to, what are they going to do? They're going to say, well, we're going to undo what you did. And then he'll say, oh, they're going to undo, what I did.
Yes. He's going to say they're going to do it unless you vote Democrat.
Wow.
And the Republicans are going to be in the position of, if we actually take this away, no one's going to vote for us because we just gave them, and they're going to word it like this, they're giving you debt. They're going to take debt and put it on your back. They're going to stop you from getting a house because they're going to give you this debt, which is a lie. You already have the debt.
So he could definitely do that. So he could pinpoint just only blacks in that, and then instantaneously put that executive order out, wipe them out, then basically say that, hey, you vote for Republicans now, they're going to put that debt back on you, because Republicans are white supremacists, they hate black people, and that's why they're going to do it. And so if you vote for them, they're going to put this huge burden on you, and then and then flip the card and then throw it on Republicans. Republicans are going to probably most shy away from it. Go, I don't want to touch this. He gets away with it completely.
Yeah, let me show you. And people are going to say, Mike, how do you get that? How do you understand that? Okay, going back to CNBC, the same exact article, and there are more of them. I just picked one. Here it is. Go on down. The NAACP has also been vocal about how $10,000 wouldn't go nearly far enough for black student loan borrowers. Wisdom Cole, a national director of the association, Youth and College Division, recently said on Twitter that nixing just $10,000 would be a slap in the face, and they want $50,000. They always want more. They want $50,000. And this is the NAACP, and if you know anything about the NAACP today, they're not promoting white Americans or white women or anyone but black people, which I'm not against. That's what the organization's about. Fantastic. But understand it in the context of what's being said here. They are saying target black people with $50,000. That is racist. It is coercion. It is illegal, but it isn't a high crime and misdemeanor. And the people who are backing that up, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, and other Democrats. Again, all of this being reported by CNBC on May 26th. But the media doesn't say it that way. They don't say it that way. Because if they said it that way, they couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's just amazing that the executive. I mean, I don't say. I mean, executive orders have to be executed, by people, that are following. They have no choice. They can't be blocked quick enough. Stop that, by a court. Oh,
No,
actually, how quick could a court block it?
it would have to go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly could they? I mean, could they step in front of this before it even got,
No.
released to the point where they
No.
canceled that?
No.
No.
Can't.
I mean, it's crazy the amount of destruction that a single president can do with these executive orders. I mean, I guess
They're
you did
incredibly
see that.
powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you did see a lot of that with Obama, and you did see it with DACA,
Exactly.
taking that. So, I mean, it has been done before, but
And once
wow.
you do it, it's almost impossible to stop because
Yeah.
you are an evil, racist, sexist if you try and stop it. If you say
Yeah.
that breaks the law, no, they're going to turn around and say, no, you're just an evil Nazi. You're a right-wing extremist. You're ultra MAGA. That's what their answer. Matter of fact, today they would say, you're ultra MAGA, which means America first. By definition, ultra MAGA means you're America first. But that's evil. Again, the way they're wording it, ultra MAGA means you're evil, you're vile, and you're a Nazi. It actually means, as we all know, make America great again. It's part of an America first policy, and they use MAGA and ultra MAGA as a slur. Because if someone actually took the time, like I do every week, like I've done here today, we've been talking for about 30, 40 minutes, I'm explaining it in detail so that you can understand the actual context of what this means to you. Higher inflation, less buying power, and it is coercion, it is illegal, it is not part of his powers, and they're going to call you a racist if you say, don't do it.
But on that point of the ultra MAGA thing, I think that's it's hilarious that he did that because it's like I don't understand. Well, for one, is it that even knocking, making America great, and again, and then making, then you need America to be even greater than what it was. Really got to make America better. It's like what position do you take? Make America
Yes,
great.
that is
Like,
exactly what Biden is saying.
I mean, that's what he's saying. It's like you can't. I mean, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. That political slogan. I mean, he just wanted to really just knock himself right out of the race. Like, yeah, I'm un-mega. No kidding, you are un-American. Know that every policy that you put in place is basically destroyed. Has been destroying America. Do you want us to list? How un-mega you are? Well, here's your qualification being un-mega. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. He should come on, man, himself. God.
But it's true. He is using it. That's why they don't say "Make America Great" anymore. You don't see it in the news that way. You don't hear anyone say it that way. They just use the acronym because if you say it out loud and he says, "Well, you're just being ultra, make America great again," it sounds stupid to say that's a bad thing. He can't say that because that's why they use MAGA and they're not saying the whole thing. Because if you say the whole thing out loud and you say that this is a bad idea, that America first is a bad idea, that make America great again is a bad idea. If you actually said that, people will look at you and go, you're stupid. That's insane. That you want America to be, I don't know, last. Definitely not first, second, third, fifth. No, the context that they're saying it is they want America to be last. No one agrees with that. No one in America agrees with that. There may be people in Uganda. There may be some people in the Congo that think that. There are definitely people in China and in Iran that believe that. But no one in America, well, outside of the colleges, nobody in America wants America to be last. And they know they wouldn't get any votes by saying, I want America to be last. So they say MAGA instead. It is a trick. It is a linguistic, political trick And people have been buying it every day. And if it weren't for the fact that I've been doing this for 15 years, I wouldn't notice it. But I do this for 15 years. I've been listening to politicians do these kind of tricks over and over again. And it is a trick of the media and politicians that they can't actually say what they mean. They have to make it sound like something else so that they can make you feel good about saying something that's absolutely insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a giant hoax. I mean, it's just nuts. It's like the whole, Jesse Smollett situation, where he basically, was using the mega, as the people who were trying to, to attack him,
No,
and everybody was like,
if you notice, Jesse Smollett is about the time frame when it transitioned from Make America Great to just MAGA. That was right when they transitioned from saying the whole thing out loud to just saying the acronym so that people wouldn't think about it.
That's a good point, because they said that they were doing research on this, for nearly 6 months. The thing is that when Jesse Smollett came out, he was, according to the media, in the right and just. So the question I have is that the Democrats take old data, with the mega and negativity surrounding based upon the Jesse Smollett, situation and, kind of try to run with that idea because, I mean, he did trash the mega pretty good, but then all of a sudden when everybody found out, oh, complete liar, it turned that narrative on its head and actually, made the whole, mega crowd more, empathetical, to everybody.
Yeah, but
saying,
that's when they dropped the story. That's when they dropped the story. Oh, Jesse's obviously lying. Oh, well, we don't need to talk about the story anymore. Next. They just dropped it. That was the way out. I guess this is all completely a lie. MAGA, that might actually look good. Stop talking about it.
Yeah.
That was the answer.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, the Biden administration was so slow with their narrative that it took 6 months to come up with this. They realized that the polling that they were doing on it, is probably 6 months behind the curve. So I don't. It's a bad idea. Well, it's the same as their, their whole, anti, information,
I know.
board. I mean, they basically spun that out and then canceled that as quickly as they realized how stupid that was.
Well, it didn't get the response because it never was. But let me do this. I know there's other people who want to speak, and we're covering a bunch of stuff, so I want to get to a couple other things too. But stay. I'm looking for your comments, and I'm always happy to have you on.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks, Jason. And folks, you too can come in and ask your questions and talk about the issues that you think are important, not just to America, but to the world. And by the way, for everyone who's overseas who is listening to this, and we're listening to the economics, please, and for everyone around the country, understand it's not just the United States economics, it's world economics. Because everyone in the world uses the United States dollar. And when we see that inflation is going up in America, it's affecting every country in the world. It is affecting everything everyone buys in the world. The inflation is going up for everyone. It's not just an American problem. Yes, I am American-centric, but I also understand it affects everyone in the world. And when the rest of the world is making not everything, almost everything that America buys and builds, because everything's coming. Thank you, Obama. The Obama administration turned us into a service economy. Everything gets made somewhere else, gets on a sea container, and comes over to us. So inflation is affecting every country in the world, and it hits us twice. Not only is our money worth less, but everything we have to buy from somewhere else costs more. It's a really wicked, wicked spiral vortex that we are dealing with here. And the news media doesn't want you to change your vote, so they don't want to tell you. It's not that this is not as high level as it may sound. And I try and make it as simple as I can because this isn't tough math. This is basic economics. This is basic. Every economist in the world sees what I am seeing and what I am reporting, and they don't want to talk about it. Because they know you won't vote Democrat. Protestant warrior, am I a Trumpist? Thank you for the question. No. By the way, what is a Trumpist? That's my one, no, but what is, in your definition, what is a Trumpist? I'm not attacking you. I'm not picking on you. I don't want anyone to attack you. I just want a definition. What is that? Because I don't think you've been listening to the rest of the show, or all the different issues I've been talking about that affect America, that people died for us to be able to have this holiday. I don't think you caught all of the beginning of the show when we're talking about Second Amendment, First Amendment, our rights, the division in America. But let me ask you, what is a Trumpist? What does that mean? When people say someone, does it means, am I a Trump supporter? Why, is that bad? I really want to understand this. And I'm doing this, and again, Protestant warrior, I'm not picking on you, but I want to understand something. Why does that matter? What does President Trump have to do with anything I've been talking? I've been on this program for almost 3 hours now, which is fine, and the show goes long. What does President Trump, whether I like him or I don't like him, whether I support him or not, what does that have to do with the fact that terrorists entered the United States because we have an open border because of the policies of the guy sitting in the White House right now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? What does President Trump have to do with energy prices predicted to go higher throughout the summer and into the fall? Right now, in 2022. What does President Trump have to do with the food shortages that were announced by the Biden White House 2 months ago? That they told us in October the food prices are going to go up because there's going to be a food shortage. What does that have to do with President Trump? Why does his name even have to come up at all? I'm talking about the policies of the person in the White House right now. I'm talking about the administration that is running the country right now. I'm talking about the Congress that is run by Democrats. I am talking about the Congress, the Senate, that is run by Democrats right now. What does President Trump have to do with any of that? Why does that matter? It's a serious question. It's kind of like MAGA. And when I'm talking about MAGA, again, has nothing to do with President Trump. That's what the meaning of the word is, and the way the linguistics are being used today by the news media, by Joe Biden, by the Democratic Party, is what I am talking about. How it has changed its meaning, that they have inserted a new meaning to the very words, which is why they don't use the words. What does that have to do with President Trump? It's a serious question. And I'm asking you because I respect you. Because maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I don't see what you're seeing. So, Protestant warrior, I just want to hear, what do you think? What do you think President Trump has to do with any of those issues that I'm talking about? The Biden-Harris administration has lied to the American people. It is documented. I have shown it for months, and I mention it every week, that the Biden-Harris administration has abandoned hundreds of Americans in Afghanistan, that they have lied about the number of Afghanistan right this second. What does that have to do with Joe Biden? What does that have to do with Putin? What does that have to do with January 6th? Please explain to me, how is this? And again, Protestant, I'm not angry with you. I'm passionate. Explain to me the things I have just described to you. What does Putin, what does January 6th, what does any of that have to do with what I am speaking about? Please explain to me what is the connection that you see that I don't. Because President Trump, Trumpism, January 6th, Putin has nothing to do with anything I have just described. None of them have anything to do. And I don't care if, no, it doesn't matter. Mike Bowie says, well, maybe Protestant Warrior is a Trump supporter. That's fantastic. I don't care. Because it's not, again, I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not against Trump. I'm trying to make a point. Trump has nothing to do with it. Putin has nothing to do with this. The things I'm talking about are purely affecting, they're coming from America and they affect the rest of the world, and it has nothing to do with President Trump. He has no power over any of the things I've described so far. The things that we are talking about that are affecting America today have nothing. That is a trick of the media. Democrats can't stop thinking about President Trump. And they want to use President Trump because they demonized him for 4 years. Whether you think that's right or wrong, I don't care. Because that is what they did. It is documented. People have done the analysis. No, Protestant Warrior, let me clarify for you. Because Protestant Warrior mentions that the energy crisis has to do with the Ukraine crisis. And that is not true. That has nothing to do with it. The energy crisis started in January 22nd of 2021. It is documented by the federal government. The United States government has a documentation, and I've shown it in charts on this program many times, that energy prices started to surge and have continued to surge since February of 2021. And that was a direct reaction to the XL pipeline being cut down and the fact that there was a freeze on all of the gas and oil and gas production in the United States. Part of those productions, those leases, included leases that allowed people to make a road to any of the places they wanted to explore for oil and gas, and when they found it, to make a pipeline from where they find oil and gas to America so it can be processed. So when you say that the energy crisis has to do with the Ukraine, that is not true. That is factually incorrect. I actually know this. I've actually looked at the numbers. I've put it on this show many, many times. The numbers actually come from the Biden administration prior, an entire year before anything, more than a year before anything happened with Ukraine. And then Ukraine added to that. But our continuing problem isn't the Ukraine. Our continuing problem is the very same thing it's been for the last year and a quarter. I didn't say none of the problems are Putin's fault. Well, there is a small amount that's Putin's fault. He's maybe 10% of the cost of the price. The 90% of it is the last year and a quarter of Biden administration policy. So to be factual, that's not correct. And Protestant Warrior, whether we are cozy, again, now you say that if President Trump was president, we would be cozy with Putin and Russia. Well, that's not necessarily true, because looking at the history and the news as reported during the Trump administration, he wasn't cozy with Putin. Yes, there were a couple of quotes, some good headlines. That wasn't the United States' relationship with Russia. That is a fact. You can go back and look up CNN and look at all the articles. That's not true. So, and if you want to say, well, January 6th, well, first of all, January 6th, nothing happened. Biden took the White House. Biden's sitting in the White House. Kamala Harris is supposed to be protecting our southern border. So if you're saying, well, America could have been in an insurrection, didn't work. 2, there was less disruption of our government than any of the protests. You know what? Let me ask you, Protestant Warrior. Do you believe that the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, was that an insurrection? Because by definition, they literally put out press releases saying that the laws of the United States do not apply. How about the Atlanta Autonomous Zone? Austin, Texas, the Autonomous Zone. Portland. Let's go through the one. They attempted to make an autonomous zone in Brooklyn, New York. And in Minneapolis, they had for over a year an autonomous zone where they abandoned all American laws and all authority of the law enforcement. Was that an autonomous zone? Was that an insurrection? Even though they directly said they abandoned all of the laws. And by the way, I don't watch Fox News. I don't use them as any of the quotes. I only look at the left. I don't care if you mention, every president says nice things. Have you heard what Joe Biden has said about China? He's got nice things to say about President Xi of communist China, and they're committing genocide of the Uyghurs. So again, let's put this in perspective. The fact that, when Joe Biden spoke with Putin in person at the G20 summit, he had nice things to say about him. Are you going to count that too? Let's put this in perspective. You're giving me a bunch of quotes, a bunch of sound bites, which is why this show is called No Soundbites Allowed. I followed this for 15 years. I'm giving you evidence. I'm giving you articles that you can look up. I'm talking about the issues. So far, you've told me everything that I've seen on CNBC, which is a non-credible news source, which is why the new president of CNBC is bringing them back to hard news reporting because they are no longer credible. But you're giving me quotes from CNBC, from MSNBC, from CBS that is meant to target people who don't think the right way. Where's the evidence for it? Tell me, do you dispute the evidence that I'm telling you about, the information I am giving you? And I'm not telling you to take my word for it. I'm asking you to look it up. Have you looked at the cost of energy prices from February of 2021 to today? Have you looked at the cost of oil and crude oil since February of 2021 to today? Have you looked at the projections? Have you seen the reporting on why energy is going up? Have you seen the news about the food shortages and what caused them? Have you looked at the information that I'm speaking about? And I'm not saying this to pick on you, Protestant warrior. I'm saying it because I want you to be educated. You don't have to agree with me, but I want you to not just go by that. I saw that headline on Twitter. I want you to actually look at the information. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Protestant warrior? Because I don't care what the headlines say. I'm actually looking at news reports. And I have, and you can go back and you can search across my channel. I've got over 1,300 videos. You can see I have shown the evidence since January of 2020. For the current crisis, I have been showing the news and the evidence since January of 2022. And you can find articles about me going over all the financials and many of the international policies going back to February of 2021. So if you want to call me a Trumpist because I actually read the news, go right ahead. If you want to say I'm ultra MAGA, I happily will tell you that I'm ultra MAGA. I have no problem with that. And if you want to tell me that ultra MAGA is a bad thing, please explain to me why. Why is ultra MAGA bad? Why is America First bad as a policy? What is the international policy of the Biden-Harris administration? What is the southern border policy of the United States under the Biden-Harris administration? These are serious questions. And I'm not asking you because I'm trying to pick on you. I'm asking you because as an American citizen, you should be able to know the answer to those questions. I want to say that again. as an American citizen, no matter your political preference, everyone in America should be able to say, this is the policy of an administration. Whether you agree with it or you disagree with it, you should be able to say in a sentence, what is the policy? And I can tell you, you can't, because the Biden-Harris administration has never defined the international policy of the United States, and the answer to the southern border is an open border. And that's not in the best interest of America, according to Senator Barack Obama, according to Senator Joe Biden, according to Senator Kamala Harris. Again, I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm trying to inform you. I want you to think beyond the headline, the soundbite. I want you to just formulate your ideas and say, okay, that's a soundbite. Where's the evidence? Where's the substance? And that's the problem with America. People died because of the substance of America. We lost people. That's why we have Memorial Day. It's not a holiday just to go out fishing. It's not a day to just go to the store and get a sale. Memorial Day is remembering that people died for the substance of America so that we could be free, so that we could have this conversation online or in person, so that we could say, I don't agree with what this administration is doing, and here are my reasons why. I'm not telling you that Joe Biden is bad just because he's Joe Biden. I'm not telling you Joe Biden's bad because he's old. I'm not telling you that Kamala Harris is bad because of the color of her skin. I'm telling you they're bad because of their policies, and this is the impact of the policies that they have. And I am detailing exactly what those policies are, and I am showing you evidence from the left on why it's bad. Again, I'm not picking on you. I'm asking you to think critically. And if you disagree, that's okay. But I want you to think critically and not tell me, well, you sound like a Trumpist, because I don't care. That's not a word. It has no meaning. It's meaningless. Telling me that I'm ultra MAGA is meaningless. It's not a word. It has no meaning. Telling me that, oh, well, if you don't agree with the message of the mainstream media, well, then you must be evil or bad and Istophobe. You must be, if you don't agree with the mainstream media and the far left, well, then you must support Putin. Prove it. Prove anything that I've said is about supporting Putin. I have literally thousands of hours of video. I have literally millions of words of articles that I have written for over 15 years. Show me where I'm supporting Putin. Show me where I'm supporting white supremacy. Show me where I'm saying anything other than this administration is failing America based on its own promises. And that is not what America is about. That isn't why people died for America over our entire history. Does that make sense, Protestant warrior? Again, I'm not picking on you. I'm trying to make it very clear what I'm talking about. Without jingoism, without relying on, talking points. I don't get paid by the Republican Party. I don't work for the Republican Party. I don't work for any candidates of any party. I don't get paid by anyone. Unless you want to make a donation to the channel, fantastic, go right ahead. But I don't get paid. I lose $4,000, $5,000 a year doing this. Nobody pays me. I'd like it. I wish they would. Hell, you don't even have to pay me. All I ask people to do is, I have a thing up to say you can donate if you want to, but I ask people to just subscribe. I just want to get to 1,234 subscribers. You can donate if you want to. I don't care. That's up to you. I would appreciate it, but I don't demand it. All I ask people is to subscribe and to think about the issues I'm making. I'm not picking on you. I want you to think. Does that make sense, Protestant warrior? And to anyone else. And by the way, you can call in 607-242-1582. Right above the screen right now, you can call in. Phone is on. You just heard Jason talking. I had Dal speaking earlier. The line is open for anyone in the world. I'm happy to have the discussion. You will be treated with ultimate respect. I speak respectfully. You can call in as long as you're respectful. But if you want to tell me, Mike, you're old. You want to tell me, Mike, you're white. You're a white supremacist. You want to tell me that I'm ultra MAGA. I don't care. If you want to quote headlines from the mainstream media, I don't care. Because that's not what's important. And that's not going to make America better. And telling me that you don't like President Trump, I don't care. He's not president. He was president. He's not president now. He's not the guy sitting in the White House. He's not the one making policy. So I don't care if you like him or not. It means nothing to me. Meaningless. It's an excuse. It's useless. But you want to talk to me about substance? I'm all ears. See, folks, and I want to be very clear about that because sometimes people don't realize it. I have interviewed people from the far left, from the left. I've had people who are libertarians on this program, Republicans. I have treated them all exactly the same with respect each and every time. I've interviewed candidates since 2008. I know politicians in every single party. Their staff know me by name. I'm not bragging. This is not bragging rights. This isn't something to brag about. I'm telling you that because I do my homework. I pay attention to the details. And I'm paying attention and talking to you about things no one else in the news media wants to touch. And I don't care about the various bullet points that are out there because they're meaningless. They're meant to distract you. They have no content. Are you a Trumpist? I don't care. It's meaningless to what we're talking about. Meaningless. But President Trump was a mean person. I don't care. Meaningless. And the reason why it's meaningless is he's not the guy in charge. Does that make sense to people? Let me ask, do you guys think I'm mean? Was I mean to, I don't know if he's still with us or not, or he or she. Do you think I was mean to Protestant Warrior? Let me ask you guys, you're watching the show. Was I mean? Because I don't, if Protestant Warrior does or does not want to speak, it's up to them. I have not banned them. They can call in. Was I mean? Or am I asking for substance? Whether that substance agrees with me or not. Let me give you some more substance that I'm talking about, folks. Here's a picture from Twitter. And this is, don't be ashamed. You are using, as in using drugs. Don't be ashamed you're using drugs. You be empowered that you are using drugs safely. See, they leave out the word drugs. And maybe you want to say you're using illegal drugs. You could say that. But what they're saying, and the word that they are leaving out is context. This is one of the reasons people did not die, and we do not have a Memorial Day holiday so that someone can use and get away and be cheered on. They are cheering on. This is increasing in my opinion, and this is my opinion, my conclusion, New York City is increasing the amount of overdoses we're going to have. They are increasing the number of people who are going to be addicted to drugs because they are advertising this as if they're saying, go to Wendy's and buy a burger. They're advertising this just same way that some restaurant is saying, come down and have a meal. Don't be ashamed to be able to have a Big Mac. This is what they're saying. Because they're saying, don't be ashamed, you are using illegal drugs, deadly drugs. They're talking about heroin, fentanyl. They're talking about, well, it could be marijuana, cocaine, crack. This is what they are talking about. This is what they are trying to convince you. And they're showing you a plain-looking, regular, average young woman. They're not showing you the crack addict that walks up and down the street in some poor neighborhoods. They're not showing you someone who's strung out and nodding off of heroin. They want you to think it's not a bad thing, not glamorous, but normal. They are normalizing this because they don't want you to think about the substance of what they are saying. That this is an ad that is encouraging, it is enabling drug use. And they know that this will lead to overdoses because look on the bottom right corner. Prevent overdoses. They know this will cause overdoses, and they know it's going to cause overdoses from fentanyl, the far left bottom corner. Fentanyl. They know if you are using drugs and you feel empowered to use drugs, that you are going to die from fentanyl and an overdose. They are normalizing this. They are encouraging this. They are enabling this, and they are using your tax dollars to pay for it. How do you feel about that? This is not what people died for in America. They did not die for the government to use your tax dollars to say, go out and be a drug dealer, it's okay. Go out, be a drug addict, it's okay. Overdose on drugs, it's okay. Because that's what this message is saying. They put it up there as if, well, we're trying to help. This is to tell people not to do it. What in that statement says, don't do drugs? Those are 3 words. 3 words. Don't do drugs. That's all if you want to use my tax dollars to try and help people with drugs, don't do drugs. You need it to be a little bit longer. Don't do drugs, get help. 5 words. 5 words. Don't do drugs, get help. That's a message that says, we're here to help you. You want to keep all the stuff on the bottom? Fantastic. And the picture? Don't show this young woman. Don't show this young woman who looks normal. Show what a crack addict looks like. Show people what a heroin addict looks like. Show people who are out on the middle of the street, strung out, looking to get high. Show someone who looks like that, because I guarantee you they don't look like this young woman. They may look like her when they start. Give them a year, give them 2 years. They don't look like that. Recovering addicts may look like her. Addicts don't look like her. Not after they start. This is encouraging addiction, and they're using your tax dollars to do it. And I find that to be offensive, and the news media isn't talking about it. In fact, the news media will tell you that I am a racist because she's a black woman or a black Hispanic woman or whatever she is. I'm a racist and maybe even a sexist because I'm pointing out this isn't a fair and honest representation of the problem, and that their advertising is encouraging people to say, oh, well, she looks normal. I guess I would look normal as an addict too. So why not try? And I know there are people who are very libertarian who watch this program, and they will say to me, Mike, everyone should be able to do any drugs they want. A friend of mine, and let me be very clear, a friend of mine is Larry Sharp. People who've watched the show before, I've been on his program 3 times. He's been interviewed by me 3 or 4 times as he's run for governor, and he's running for governor right now. He's a good friend of mine, and we disagree sometimes. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. Larry is a libertarian. He is not a Republican. And Larry does believe that you have a right to use heroin all day long, that you can use fentanyl all day long, that you can use any drug that you want to use. He believes that. Many libertarians do. I don't. Because I've seen the result. And the result always involves the community and hurts us. Whether it's the government saying it's okay and we're going to pay for your needles and your crack pipes and we're going to pay for a room for you to go into to safely use, or the community's going to pay for it because someone's going to get raped, someone's going to get mugged, someone's going to have their property stolen so that person can go and get high. I do not believe in that. I do not agree with it. You can. If you agree with it, that's fine. My good friend, Larry Sharp, agrees with it. He's a libertarian. It's one of the issues that he and I have. We have argued about it on video, on his program and my program, many times. And I still love Larry. He's still a great man. I love his family, and I think he's a good man. See, unlike the left, I do not require Larry Sharp or any libertarian I know to believe what I believe. They're not mandated to agree with me. They can have their beliefs. They're Americans. They can have their beliefs. They have their reasons. I disagree, and that's okay. But I think we need to have an honest conversation that if you want to tell me it's okay to have drugs, first of all, ask me if my tax dollars are going to go to that. Ask me if I want to see New York City or New York State, and in this case, it's New York State through New York City, paying to put out this ad that says it's okay to be a fentanyl or crack or heroin addict, even though it's going to kill them, even though it's going to cost us money, even though that doesn't help them stop. And if you think I'm wrong, please tell me why. Because I've just laid out why I think it's a problem. I just laid out why your tax dollars shouldn't be spent that way. And the rest of the media is going to tell me that I am a racist and I am a sexist because I'm willing to tell you what I think about my tax dollars and how they are being used and how your tax dollars are being used. And I am being blunt, honest with you. If they're so sure they're doing the right thing, why won't they tell you? It's a good question, isn't it? If they think what they're doing is so good, why won't they tell you? So going back to the conversation I had with Protestant Warrior, where I was not attacking them, I see most people seem to agree, or people who have commented so far, say that they agree that I was not being rude or mean. I was just stating points and pointing out what I wanted to say. And I was making my argument versus talking points. It happens. And when I say that these guys don't want to tell you the truth, that there are certain politicians that are just in this for the power for themselves and they want to be dishonest with you, I'm not just talking about New York City and drugs. I'm talking about, how about this? Harlem lawmaker Inez Dickens blasting AOC because the district does not support defunding the police. That the people, like we saw in Minneapolis when they were given a poll, like in every single poll across the country, especially when it targets black people, they all say we want the same, if not more police. No one, or rather I should say, only the small sliver of socialists want there to be defunding the police. Here it goes. This is a Harlem veteran lawmaker. Okay? Veteran Harlem lawmaker. This is AOC supports defunding the police. My community opposes defunding the police. Inez Dickens, a 4-term member of government. She's in the New York State Assembly. She's a housing activist. She's a Democrat. Bet you didn't know that. News media, not really big on that. Now, this is the one time I'm using Fox News because I think this is an important quote. Here's a former Democrat. AOC called out for divisive comments about patriarchy and masculinity after the Texas school shooting. Okay? And yes, it's Fox, but that's because they have a pretty decent quote from this guy, which is almost never seen. You almost never see the news media actually give you a full quote. That's why I'm picking this. This is a former Rochester police chief, a former Democrat, yet another Democrat, who says, I've watched the video from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over and over again, and I don't even think AOC knew what she was trying to say. I've worked 20 years in law enforcement, and the investigation into the shooting is not complete. And here she is making characterizations and accusations and tying them to a class in our society, in particular men. It's the rhetoric from politicians like AOC that continue to divide this country. In fact, what she is saying is quite sexist and discriminatory. This is coming from a former Democrat. Okay? This is former Rochester, New York Police Chief LaRon Singletary, coming from a black man. By the way, if you're wondering, this is what he looks like. He's black. He was a Democrat, so that means he definitely was black, because they tell me that I am white. But now that he's a Republican, he might be white. We'd have to check with the far left to be sure about this, but when he was a Democrat, he was definitely black. It may have changed. And so from NPR, former Rochester Police Chief LaRon Singletary announces a run for Congress. This is November 5th of 2021. And he's going after a seat held by Joe Morrell. God knows which district that is now, because we've seen the numbers go all over the place. But again, in the quotes from him, today the party claims to be about labor and labor unions, is enacting legislation that requires management to terminate essential workers. This is back from the vaccine mandate. This is when Kathy Hochul fired 34,000 doctors and nurses. This was the final line for him. This is what made him switch. Throughout the pandemic, our first responders, like our healthcare workers, our firefighters, our police officers, they were our heroes, putting themselves in the front lines. And now we're going to give them an ultimatum of choosing a jab or choosing a job. This was his line. This is his line in the sand. This is where they lost Democrats, because he was a Democrat and he is black, or at least he was while he was a Democrat. And he's not afraid to say Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not helping. She's hurting. She's dividing people. She's doing the same thing that this ad is doing in New York. That she is creating more division. She is trying to push a narrative that isn't true, that has no substance, and is only hurting America. Just like when she's trying to tell people that there shouldn't be more police. She's hurting America. This is why Democrats are losing. This is why they're so worried. Why aren't people voting? Because you have people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez telling people that they should get hurt. Tell me I'm wrong. Because I'm looking at the news and I see this over and over again. Let me go into something else. So let's talk about school shootings. Let's talk about school shooting. Hang on a second. Because what does that have to do with America? We started in the show, we started early and we were talking about that a little bit. But I think we need to talk about it more. And I know Jan, I don't think AOC knows what she's saying most of the time either. I think she's just there to get a really nice paycheck and to drive a Tesla. That's why I think she's there. But that's my opinion. And her policies. Not because she's Hispanic. I'm Hispanic. Not because she's got dark skin. Her skin tone's the same as mine. Not because she's a woman, because I don't care. No, it's because of her policies. Policies that hurt people. But let's talk about the Second Amendment. Let's seriously talk about this because, and by the way, if people wonder, gee, Mike, how can you talk about the Second Amendment? What do you know about the Second Amendment? Well, I've only been talking about the Second Amendment at colleges. I've been talking about the Second Amendment at community colleges. I've been writing articles about it for 15 years. And I have submitted articles like this one, which actually is a paper. It's 8,000 words talking about the red flag laws. This is a study that I did that took 6 months to put together because of the information. And I want you to see, I cover everything about red flag laws. At the time, it was one of the top research papers in America discussing red flag laws and their impact, what causes there are, how it's being resolved, the effectiveness of red flag laws, the studies that have been done on red flag laws, how they have affected people across America, what are the unexpected consequences of this. I have discussed this with lawyers across America. I have discussed this with lawmakers across America. I've talked with this about this with New York State Assembly members and Senate members about this, as well as federal members of Congress. Okay, and I have citations. You want to see the citations? Oh, there it is. Part 8. And when I say I have citations, where is it? I want to show you some of the citations I'm talking about this. Come on. I believe this is the, where is it? So this is just some of the citations that I have here. I want you to understand, when I say I have citations, this is the research that has gone into this. Okay? I didn't just have an opinion. I didn't look at a headline. I actually did the homework. And this is the partial list of all the sources that I used in that 8,000 word report that I did submit to the New York State Senate. So when I say that I have some clue about red flag laws, yeah, I do. Quite a bit. And I want you to understand that right now, on Wednesday, the House and the Senate are going to be voting on a national red flag law because they think this is going to protect you. At least that's what they're going to tell you. They're going to sell it to you. You're going to be safe. They're going to pass a red flag law. 18 states and DC have red flag laws. And it didn't stop any crime. They've had them. New York State, as an example, my home state. We'll use that as an example. Crime increase. It's up 45%. Violent crime, gun crime is up 45% over the last 5 years. You know where I get that number from? New York State. There have been 1,409 red flag actions according to New York State. I have the FOIA, I have the documents, I've shown it before on this program. 1,409 red flag laws have been used in New York State since they executed this law. And we still had the Buffalo shooting. And we had the New York subway shooting. Then we had another subway shooting. It didn't stop anything. Neither did the New York SAFE Act. Neither did magazine bans, gun bans, and the other 2,000 gun laws in New York State and in New York City. Didn't stop anything. But on Wednesday, you're going to hear from a lot of Democrats and some Republicans too that are going to say, hey, this is a great idea. You're going to hear from probably Mark Rubio, who's going to say, red flag laws are a good thing for you. And he's wrong. He is absolutely wrong. I don't care that he's a Republican. He's wrong. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be horrible for you. So let me give you the short version of this. A national red flag law will mean that someone who does not agree with your political preference, somebody who doesn't like you, is going to have the federal government come to your door and punish you because they don't like what you have to say. They're going to take your property, they're going to take your kids, and they're going to destroy your reputation at work and in your community. And you will never have committed a crime. You won't even know that they're going to do this to you until after they do it. So you don't even have due process. And you say, Mike, well, how can you be sure? Because every red flag law in every state, all 18, and in Washington, D.C., the proposal that was made by Marco Rubio, a Republican, and its counterpart in the House, all say the same thing. Every single one. And they all do the same thing. As reported by Duke University, as reported by University of Indiana, not one of those red flags would have stopped the Buffalo shooter. They wouldn't stop the Texas shooter. None of them would have stopped the guy in Waukesha who took a car and ran people over in a parade, or the woman in Las Vegas that used her car to run people over, including an 11-year-old child, or the guy in Manhattan who used a pickup truck and ran over 8 people, injured 11 others. None of those red flags would stop any of it. It wouldn't stop any of the shootings with the gangs. It wouldn't stop any of the individual shootings. And it has been responsible for people being killed or killing themselves. Because red flag laws don't target mass shooters. This is some of the information that no one's going to tell you. And I submitted this to New York State, to the New York State Senate. I offered it to the New York State Assembly. I sent them these documents with every single link. 6 months' worth of compilation of facts of FOIAs. I FOIA'd the state of Connecticut. I FOIA'd Indiana. I FOIA'd multiple states. I searched everywhere for this information. I had this reviewed by several lawyers and several politicians before I ever published it. And New York State didn't care. And they knew they were wrong. They knew that red flag laws would not protect anyone. And they passed it anyway. Because they said, we have to do something. They want to do something. And then we hear things like this. I want you to remember, this is a article that Donna Lopato, Assemblywoman Donna Lopato of the 123rd Assembly District, she sent out this message. 27 school shootings have taken place so far this year. No, they haven't. That's a lie. They talk about people who've been on the property of a school in the middle of the night. They're talking about gangs that are fighting on school property. It's not the same thing. But even, let's go with that. Let's say that there have been 27 school shootings in America as of this article, May 25th. Let's say it's true, even though it's not. It's emphatically, factually not correct. But let's say that's true. Here's the thing you should think about this. It means that every single gun control law that has been passed by states and the federal government that Democrats have promised you, in some cases Republicans have promised you is going to protect you, has failed. Every single one. It doesn't work. And they're going to vote on it on Wednesday, and they're going to tell you this is going to make you safe. No, it's not. It didn't work in any of the states. It's not working. It's never worked for decades. It doesn't work. And they are providing you the evidence. They're just wording it in a very specific way so that you're going to look at it and you're going to say, oh, we have to do something. They already did it. It didn't work. And they're just going to do it again so that they can get some money from you in a donation, so that they can get a vote from you, so that you can go to sleep and say, they did something. Even though they didn't do anything. They didn't protect you. They didn't make you better. They just made you less free. And every single person who has died in a war for America didn't fight so that you couldn't do anything. They didn't die so that you would have less freedom. American Revolution, the 1812 War, Civil War, Spanish-American War, you name it. Every conflict that America has ever had, people died so that you would have the Second Amendment. And they're about to go on Wednesday and say, let's take that away from you so that we can make sure there is a law that will punish you and do nothing to protect you. I hate the red flag laws because it is so disingenuous and it is so ineffective and so useless, and it will cost people's lives. I said that to New York State. I said that to multiple members of New York State, Republicans and Democrats. And they ignored me. And sadly, I've been right. They told you in 2018 you'd be safe. It's 2022. You're not. They lied to you. Or they were too ignorant to understand the consequences of the evidence that I provided to you. I showed you the partial list of all of the sources of information that I sent to New York State, to the Assembly, to the New York Senate, warning them that what they were doing isn't going to work. I have sent it to members of Congress saying this won't work on a national level. I have gone to colleges, several colleges across America, including Rutgers University, and talked to students, law students, and talked to them about this. I have talked to lawyers about this, and it doesn't make you safer. I don't know how I can make this more clear, but let me take the comment. I know Jan mentioned that red flag laws are not for protection of from criminals. They are to penalize law-abiding citizens, and that is a fact. That is exactly what they do. Tina says, yep, they never learn. The reason there are school shootings is they are continued to be soft targets because they're a gun-free zone. 3 things that can protect our children. 1, entrance in and out. Protect the entrance in and out of a school. 2, an armed guard can guard a bank or a politician, and they can also protect our schools. 3, instead of worrying about what pronouns are used, pay attention and watch for deterioration, violent behavior, changes in behavior. These are the things that could help. But when politicians don't do these things and they don't support these things and they tell you that you are evil for suggesting these things, well, guess what? That's the fault of the politician. And I swear to you right now, I don't care if anyone who supports red flag laws, I don't care if they're a Republican, I don't care if they're a libertarian, I don't care if they're a Democrat, a progressive, a conservative, a Green Party, I don't care who it is. Any politician who supports a red flag law, especially on a national level, I will never vote for them, and I would try to do my best to make sure they fail. Because this will not protect you. And you're telling me, Mike, but you just don't understand. I do understand. The GOP is they're talking about they want to do this. They want to have this red flag law because they want votes, because they want to say they did something. You know what? I want you to understand. I understand the threat. This is my community. City right next to mine, Johnson City. There was a warning on May 27th that there's going to be a mass shooting in my city. And the fact that they're saying it's going to happen at a supermarket in my city means it's not going to be there. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen somewhere else in my city. I understand the threat. I understand the fear. And I also understand there isn't a red flag law in America that will protect you from this. I understand there isn't a New York Safe Act or a magazine ban or a gun ban that's going to protect anyone in America from this. Background checks aren't going to stop this. Let's be honest. That's not the problem. The problem is that some crazed, demonic individual decided that the answer is to kill innocent individuals. Maybe this article stopped them. Maybe because people are paying attention, that person's going to get help because they need mental help. Maybe they got scared and they decided it's not worth it. Maybe they're not going to do it. I hope so. It's my community. People I know. Could be me. So it matters. I understand the fear. But that still doesn't mean that I want to pass some stupid law that will not save anyone's life. And I don't want to see anyone like Beto O'Rourke standing on the bodies of dead children to try and prop up his election and to distract people from the fact that he is being sued for defamation and slander. Beto O'Rourke went down and wanted to scream at Texas Governor Abbott, saying, "You're not doing anything," because he wanted people to be distracted from the fact that there was an article coming out that had already come out talking about he's being sued for defamation and slander. And he wanted to say, I'm doing something. I'm doing something. It's your fault. You didn't do anything. There isn't a goddamn thing anyone could have done. Because crazy, demonic, evil people do these things with cars, with guns, with bombs, with baseball bats. They do it. And the problem isn't the weapon they use. It's the fact that they decide that they're going to do it. And they want to tell you and me that we shouldn't be able to defend ourselves from this. New York State, they want to take away the right to have a bulletproof vest. Passive. It's a passive defense. It's for our safety. I own a bulletproof vest. And they want to tell me I can't wear it, even though I've gotten death threats. Because there are some people in the far left that don't think I'm black, and they want to kill me because of it. They've said so. I have the video. I have the text messages. That doesn't make sense to me. But Beto O'Rourke wants to tell me that I'm some kind of evil guy. I'm an evil man because I want the right to be able to defend myself from some crazed lunatic. That I want, like Tina, I want to be able to have people who are armed in the school to try and protect those children. That I want to give teachers the right, the opportunity to be able to defend themselves and their children from crazed lunatics. He wants to tell me that I'm evil for this, that that's the wrong answer. He wants to say, has said that he wants to take away our rights to firearms so that we are even more defenseless. He wants to turn Texas into a 100% gun-free zone. How's that going to make anyone safe? And I've heard all the arguments from the left. I know every one of the arguments. I've heard them for 15 years. I've heard them for 4 years of my life. Well, you just don't understand. And the guns are evil. And this is what makes it. No. Every single one of them. You've heard it this year. Well, the problem is white supremacy. Except we have literal cases that were headlines across the nation. It's not white supremacy. I said it's because of the internet. No, we have people, we have examples, not the internet. I said, well, it's because they had legal guns or illegal guns. No, they're criminals. They're crazy individuals. We've seen that. And people are cheering Beto O'Rourke for standing on the backs of dead children. Isn't that disgusting? That he's using dead children to get votes, to get donations. And people are like, yes. And he doesn't have an answer that will actually make people safe. That's the worst part of it. Beto's saying, I don't have a solution, because saying that I'm going to make you defenseless, I'm going to take away your guns, and I'm going to defund the police, even if he doesn't want to defund the police. Say he keeps the exact same number. There aren't enough police on the planet to be able to watch every single school, every single corner, every single store, every single home in America, or let alone in Texas. There just aren't enough police for that. But he wants to tell you that this is the right plan, that he's going to take away your defense. You can't protect yourself. You can't protect your family. He's going to take that away from you, and that's the answer. And if you disagree, you must be a racist. You must be a sexist. You must be a trans or a homophobe or a transphobe, that you have to be the bad guy. Because you say, I want to protect myself and my family. Does that make sense to anyone at all? Ever? All right, give me a second, folks. I'm going to go to, I need to take a break for about a minute, and I will be right back. And then we'll go further. And I'll be right back.
Who has done a great job in spreading a conservative message all across New York State. He's got a podcast that those of you that haven't listened to it should give it a try. Mike, come on up. We're going to hear from Mike Vasquez. Mike Vasquez, say hello to the crowd. Let's give Mike a warm round of applause.
Before I get started, how is everyone? You doing well? Thank you. I want to start off by saying I thank you all for being here. It's very important, and we all appreciate it. We appreciate the support, especially on a nice warm day like today. Gotta love the wind, thank goodness for it. And I have to say, we've heard from some great speakers so far, and we're going to hear from some more great speakers, including my friend, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney, who's going to be speaking very shortly. Now, when I was first honored with an invitation to speak before this great audience, with a list of fellow speakers of such a great magnitude, I have to admit that I was a bit embarrassed, if I may be direct. I was not sure that I was worthy of such an honor, but I'm going to strive to live up to the ability and communication of my fellow speakers. Such great, noble, and powerful individuals in the fight to defend our Second Amendment as it defends all of our rights in this nation. Truly, I am grateful to be on this stage. That said, I'm not at a loss for words of my own. For those of you who have followed my political commentary, my podcast, my speeches at events like this, large and small, you know that I believe in two things very strongly. That the key to the greatness of our nation is the fact that we have the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. The first
And I will stand by that forever. I believe in the First Amendment, and I believe in the Second Amendment. I think I said that in 2016, 2017, and I say it again today. And I ask you a question. The people who died in World War I, the people who died in World War II, the people who died in Iraq and in Afghanistan, fighting for America, fighting to protect America from evils like the Taliban, who fought ISIS, who fought Al-Qaeda, people who fought the Nazis. Do you think any of them died thinking, hey, hopefully people in America will have less guns? Hopefully people in America, American citizens, will be less able to defend themselves, that they're going to be more dependent on the government and the whims of the government. Which one do you think on Memorial Day, as you remember the people who died for all of the freedoms that we take for granted every single day? What do you think? Do you think they wanted you to be less free? Do you think they wanted you to be more dependent on the government? Or did they want you to be free? Let me go back over some of the comments. So Jan says, has anyone ever documented when these mass shootings happen? Seems like the mass of them are always in election years. To answer your question, Jan, actually, yes. Professor James Allen Fox out of Northeast University has done a 4-decade, let me say it again, 4-decade review of all mass shootings in America and school shootings. And he has found consistently in America, there are approximately 20 mass shootings a year that result in, on average, 100 people who die. Every year for 4 decades. Some years will be higher, some years will be lower. It has nothing to do with any law that is passed in any state or any federal government. That was during the gun ban, before, during, and after. The numbers don't change. Yes, it has been documented. There is a fact, and this is why Democrats and the anti-gun lobby and progressives do not quote numbers to you. They will never present the numbers to you because every single thing they have ever said has failed. Every form of gun control that has been initiated in this country since 1934, which is when they made machine guns needing a special license. They're not illegal. They're not illegal, but made it harder to own a machine gun. Since 1934, they have lied. That's why they don't give you the numbers. I am giving you the numbers. I have shown on this show. Go to the section on No Soundbites Allowed into the Second Amendment. I have dozens of videos on this. I have multiple interviews and speeches that I have done at colleges, at various events, going over gun law and the results of gun control. Yes, so it has been done, and it's not election years, but that's when the news media talks about it the most, because it's always very, very consistent. And they just pick election years because then politicians get to say, I'm going to do something, and you will vote for them. Agent Black also commented on this. There's research and documentaries, yes, but I'm talking about just the actual research that I have done, and I do every year for 12 years, 15 years that I've been doing this research from the federal government, from New York State, from the multiple states across this country. I've looked at the research, and I look at it every single year. There was a RAND report from the RAND Institution, as I recall. They reviewed, I believe it was 20,000, it was 2,000 gun laws in America, 2,000. And they found that out of those 2,000, the only gun laws that actually apply were about 200. And actually, these are the reports on gun laws, studies that have been done. Over 2,000 studies have been done. Approximately 200 actually had real scientific data. So it wasn't like a YouGov poll, but actually a real study, about 200 of them. And out of those 200, there is zero evidence of any gun law actually working. None. Again, studies have been done on this over and over again. It doesn't work because they are targeting the wrong thing. They are targeting 99.994 legal, law-abiding gun owners who don't break the law. That's why it doesn't work. That's why red flags don't work. John mentions, Democrats want you to believe that guns kill people. It's not true. That's like saying that baseball bats kill people, or saying that forks kill people. Rat poison kills people. Cars kill people. It's not true. It is emphatically and absolutely not true. But they want you to be manipulated emotionally so that you think that it's like a movie and that guns can fire themselves and they have endless bullets and it's blowing people up like they're firing, spitting C4 at people and they're just exploding. That's Hollywood. It's a lie. It's an exaggeration. It's not real. Not even close. Don't believe me? Go to any gun range in America and pay an instructor to learn how to fire any firearm in America. Any of them. Go to any gun range, talking to any gun instructor who is licensed, firing any firearm, and you will see instantly it has nothing to do with Hollywood. It's a lie. Now, Mike Bowie says guns represent America's self-sufficiency. They want to take that away from us. They want us docile, dependent, and obedient. Well, when you take away people's guns and you've given them a promise that they're going to be safe and it never happens, and you just keep promising the same thing as you take away more and more of their rights, yes, you create people who are docile, dependent, and obedient because you have to be obedient. They're the ones with the guns. They have all the power. You have nothing. You have to be dependent because they're the only ones who can protect you. You don't have the ability to do it for yourself anymore. In fact, you don't even have the right, if these bulletproof vest bans go through, you don't even have the right to defend yourself passively. And of course, if you cannot defend yourself and you can't, whether with a firearm or with body armor, then you are docile. Yes, it's very much like Steve Kerr, who I did a video on. And Steve Kerr pissed me off because he was making a political speech with a ton of emotion. He's an entertainer who has no idea what he's talking about. He has no understanding of the consequences of what he is asking for. He just has a feeling. He feels like that's the best answer in the world. And I understand why he feels like that. He has a personal interest in it. But you know what? I've had my friends die. I've had people who have been killed because of gang violence, because of guns, because of drugs. I understand it. I've had people pull guns on me, whether they be cops or gangsters. I've had a crackhead who pulled a gun on me, stuck it and was standing closer than this microphone is to me with a gun at my chest. I've been through that. I understand the danger. I showed you. My community is under threat right now. I get it. And he's wrong. Because he didn't offer anything better than Beto is offering. He's offering nothing better than New York State under disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo or appointed Governor Kathy Hochul or Antonio Delgado. They've all offered nothing. And let me be very clear. When I say that the red flag laws, two things about red flag laws that are absolutely true, that you're going to find out as a consequence. Something they're not going to tell you in the newspapers. They're not going to discuss this anywhere in America. Red flag laws mean they're going to take away people's kids. And let me prove that to you. It is a legal argument. Go to any lawyer, ask them this, just like I have. Every state has child protective services. That is a fact. In every state, the police have to contact Child Protective Services when a child is in danger. That is a fact. These are laws. Okay? If you have a red flag law, that is the state or federal government saying you no longer have a right to your Second Amendment, that you are so dangerous to yourself or the community that the government has to step in, take your property away from you. They have to take away your rights from you. That means you are in imminent danger. And if you are that dangerous, the police who are executing that warrant must take your children because that household is too dangerous for those kids to be in. So they will take your guns and they will take your kids. And you're going to have to pay at least $20-some-odd thousand and spend at least a year trying to get both of those things back. That is a fact. That is absolutely correct. I have spoken to politicians about this. I have spoken to lawyers about this. I have checked this in multiple states, and it is true. Not one state will report it, and they refuse to tell the public. I've been asking New York State Democrats, who control the state government, for years to publish the numbers of how many families have been separated because of red flag laws. They will not tell the numbers. They refuse. Because they don't want you to know that is a direct consequence of red flag laws. The other thing I'll say, red flag laws will be used to punish innocent people. Red flag laws will be used by the far left, progressive leaders of tomorrow, Citizen Action, New York, Indivisible New York, Veterans for Peace. I did say Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, BLM. There's about 24 different names of far left groups across the country that are all the same people doing the same thing. And they are going to use this law to say, you like the Second Amendment. You're too conservative. You're too MAGA. You're too much of a Trumpist. And I'm going to use this to have the police destroy your life. This is going to be abused on a national level, using the federal government and your tax dollars to punish people, to deny them due process, and to separate their families. Now, if that happens once, or if it happens once out of 10 times, or every time, it doesn't really make a difference. It's going to happen. And what happens when it's you? All right. So we have been on. I leave you with that somber thought because I know there is no one who has fought for American freedom and the history of America that has ever wanted the federal government to have the power to arbitrarily come into your home and take your guns and to take your family. No one has ever fought and died for America and thought, hey, I want the government to be able to take away your kids, to take away your property, to destroy your life. Not one person who fought for America in World War II, in World War I, in Korea, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, not one person has ever fought and died because they wanted to take away your rights and freedoms like that. Not one. And I want you to think about that Memorial Day and maybe give a call to your congressman, give a call to your member of the Senate, and tell them that same thing. Not one person has ever fought for America and said, I want you to have less freedom, less ability to defend yourself, more dependence on the government, and give the government the arbitrary right to take away your property and your freedom and your family. Never. And let them think about that over Memorial Day. And I'd love to hear what Beto has to say about it. I really would. I wish Beto would call in or I'd have an interview with him. He won't do it, but I'd love to. Then again, I have yet to hear from Josh Riley. He won't answer this. I have heard from Donna Lepardo. I know what her answer is. Look it up, folks. I did the interview. Steve Wells, I'd like to hear what he has to say about it. I already know what Claudia Tenney thinks about it. There's a few politicians I've asked about it. I know what Larry Sharp would say about it. You can look it up on the show for yourself. Well, let me say this, folks. I want to thank you. This Memorial Day, for the rest of the weekend, whether you have to work on Monday or not, whether you're overseas or here, because if America isn't safe, nowhere's safe. And it gets that much less safe everywhere in the world. But let me say this. No matter where you are in the world, I hope that you're going to have a safe weekend. I hope that you will be safer than in Chicago or in Baltimore. In fact, for the people of Chicago and Baltimore, I hope for the first time in probably the last 3 decades that we have a weekend where no one gets shot. I hope. I hope that you're able to defend your family and your property. I hope that you never have to try to defend your family or your property. And I hope that next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you're going to come back and join me on this program to talk about all the issues that matter to you and to ask me the questions that you think are important and to find out what the media isn't telling you and how they are trying to manipulate you. I hope that you will. Most of all, I hope you subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. You've seen the program. You've been here with me. Pick and choose whatever you want and send it out to your friends and say, hey, check out this section. What do you think? And leave your comments. And I will always be happy to hear your voices. Every single time. I am Ultra MAGA. I am America First. I love all of our veterans. White, black, male, female, gay, straight. I don't care. I love every one of our veterans, especially those that gave up their lives. I love America. I love my audience, every single one of you. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you, everybody.